Hello, everyone, and happy Thursday here at DMA Live. I'm back, and I'm back to my classic outfit because I wanted to get everything put away and everything all done and dusted. And of course, I'm speaking telepathically for some bizarre reason. Hello? Oh, did it break? Hang on a sec. Hang on, I think my V model broke. Crap, hang on a sec. Hello, there we go. I can talk again. Hi! Happy Thursday, everyone. Welcome back. We are doing some game cleaning yet again, mainly because I want to get this game off my list for this month. And that means, unfortunately, I have to put Windcraft on hold for a little bit. And I will still be doing that next Wednesday, the 27th. But I am super excited. I wanted to come on and just hop right on Windcraft, but I said no. I promised myself I'd finish this game first, and then I can spend... Basically, I could do Windcraft all of April if I really wanted to. But I promised myself, and I promised you guys that I'd finish this game. So we're back. We're doing this episode 2 of Spirit of Justice, and it's basically the magical turnabout. We're literally playing with the Wright magic. Trucy Wright is unfortunately going to be our client in this one. Trucy, as you all know from the Ace Attorney series, is Phoenix's adopted daughter, and she is basically doing a magic show that is going to turn south. Welcome, of course, to the first of only 3 U.S. cases in the entire game. This is going to be one of the 2 cases in which Apollo is in court, and it will take place just a few days following the events of the foreign turnabout, which is why I wanted to make sure to get this stream in first and foremost. Before I get to that, though, I do have a couple of quick things that I would like to say. First of all, thank you all for the follows and the support during my previous stream doing Windcraft. That was something that I was looking forward to for over 10 years, and I'm appreciative of all 3 of you who dropped by and gave me a follow. So I'm going to read you guys' names one more time. Felix Becker 07, thank you very much for following yesterday, as well as I Am Dive and Ukami Hi. Thank you all for dropping on by and giving me a follow while you were here. With that said, though, Clometris, I believe we do have a new follower goal that I need to address. Can we please get that queued up? There we go. It is now queued up. Keela, read it out for me, please. If you'd be so kind.
Attention. We have an active followers goal to achieve. Hint of next game. Let's work to get to 25.
That's right. With the follows yesterday, that puts me at exactly 15 followers. So what I've decided on doing is I'm going to be nice to you all and make the goal 10 more followers by the end of this month. If I manage to do that, I will give you guys a hint at what to look forward to for April. Of course, DMA Live will be on April 5th, and we will be doing some Windcraft Wednesdays on April 3rd, 10th, 17th, and 24th. That is not changing in any way, shape, or form, and in fact, I will be back on doing some more Windcraft next Wednesday as well. But as far as the next game cleaning, I will say this. I am going to be retiring one of the 3 game cleaning days for the month of April. Mainly because I don't think I will need 12 streams to complete this game. I believe I can get it done in 8, or since I don't have really much of anything for May, I can carry it over into May as well. With that said, 25 followers, we reach that goal. if also, by some sheer dumb luck, we manage to reach 50 followers by the end of this month, I will also play through the second. Haven't had a chance to take a look at my Discord messages, sadly. But hello, Nevada. In fact, you reminded me, I should make sure that my streamer mode is enabled, and it is. Woo! Awesome. I'm not sure if I can put it up on stream, but I'm going to try to see if I can. Awesome. That helps things out a little bit because I will really want to play some more Wingcraft. For the sake of me being dumb, I forgot to post the announcement yet last night, but I was on the Wingcraft server and I knocked off something off of my list that I've wanted to do since I started playing on the server 10 years ago, which is I wanted to stream on that server, and I got to do that last night for the first time. And also, I got to dress up for the occasion, and I will cheat just a little bit, and I will go ahead and flip a switch here and show you. Because I'm nice, I will show you basically what my cosplay was for Here of When. So, that's basically my current skin right now. But for the sake of game clearing and keeping things consistent, I wanted to switch back to my regular outfit, at least to finish off this half of the trilogy. Or this third, excuse me. I can English. So that's what I'm going to MomoCon with. I wish I could go to MomoCon right now. Unfortunately, I've got videos that still need to get recorded and edited, so that is my plan for MomoCon, is I'm going to spend that weekend and just grind up some videos for July and August. Also, you have reminded me of something perfect, Monavasa. I have fixed my command. Ben has tested it out. Ben has gotten it working again. If you want to type an exclamation point lurk, it should work now. I had some issues during the last couple of streams this last week getting that to work, so I got that finally hammered out. But also, yes, there it is. Awesome. So both Ben the Millennium and Lord Navasa, thank you very much for hanging on out with us tonight. Just like the package says, if you want a free lurker shout out, all you have to do is just drop on by my stream, type in the command exclamation point lurk. That's all you have to do. You don't even have to say any message whatsoever. I'll just give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. But of course, if you hang out with me in the chat, it will show up on screen, and I will chat with you as best as I can as well, when I'm not too busy screaming objection and slamming my desk. Not disc. I guess slamming discs works too, but, you know. In any event, the magical turnabout. Unless it is required for progression or an accolade, which there are actually 4 of them that I'm going to be doing that. Yeah, to throwing controllers. Yeah, it's going to be expensive when those things are like 70, 80 bucks a pop to throw those controllers. I don't know how they're going to be pulling that off in May. But I do have some stuff that I will be talking about at that, of course. And I will cover that in due time. So yeah. Unless it's required for progression or for an accolade, I'm going to be skipping a lot of dialogue for this specific chapter because the time to beat, which is based off the playthrough that I initially watched on YouTube, time to beat is 8.5 hours. And that was literally going through everything. So I think I can get that whittled down to 6 or 7 hours. If I can do that tonight, great. I don't think I have a hard cutoff time just yet, but I think it is going to be midnight, basically. So I have to be out of here at midnight tonight. So if by some sheer dumb luck I manage to run over, well, I will take care of that when I can. For now, let me get this game properly in the right soundtrack. And there we go. I didn't get that preloaded, unfortunately. That's on me, but... This is Spirit of Justice. Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, the final chapter of the Apollo Justice trilogy. For those that have missed all of the 14 parts, don't worry, I will be releasing them in waves onto Twitch. And in fact, I believe all of the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney videos should be live now, with the final chapter going live on DMA VODs tomorrow. Dual Destinies will be next week, and I'm planning on getting those scheduled out in batches to get those all out on the 30th. So there might be some stuff going Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday as well, because Friday, Saturday is going to be the finale of the Apollo Justice trilogy, and it is going to be a two-parter. Now, progression-wise, I am on track to finish, if I finish this episode tonight, in about 6 to 8 hours, what it's going to be, I will likely have that all done and dusted. But I do want to talk a little bit about the episodes. Episode 3, The Rite of Turnabout, is long. It is literally, my notes for Rite of Turnabout exceeds the length of my notes for both the Foreign Turnabout and the Magical Turnabout combined. My notes for the Magical Turnabout run 332 lines on my notepad. And the last episode, the Foreign Turnabout, which we covered back on Tuesday, that was not as bad. It was only about 180 something, but it was still up there. So, what I've decided to do is I'm going to split episode 3 in half. As I've done with a couple of other cases in the AJT previously, all of day 1 is going to be done all on one instance, and then starting with investigation day 2 or trial day 2, depending upon how much time I have left, that will be the halfway point that I will finish the rest of that episode all on the 26th. If I manage to finish that and time allows for that, I also have Turnabout Storyteller, which there's not a whole lot. This is actually the shortest of all of the episodes, and this is Athena's case entirely. So this is specifically Athena's case. She is working alongside Simon for this one, and I'm looking forward to this specifically because we get the chance to see Simon and have him on our side for a change. And then for the finale, Turnabout Revolution will also be split up into 2 parts. There's a Part A, which is all done in the United States. All of that is going to be covered on the 29th of March. And then on the 30th, we will be starting right in the Kingdom of Kharain with the start of Investigation Day 2. And that is how we'll get all the way through to the end of the Spirit of Justice. Like I said, this episode, or this game also has a special episode, Turnabout Time Traveler. I, unfortunately, because I have not reached that 75 follower goal, will not be playing that on stream, but I will be playing that during the first week of April, just for the sake of getting that all done and dusted. That is going to be my first week of April, so expect maybe some games and demos for the 2nd and 4th of April, but otherwise, it's just going to be some short 3 to 4 hour streams. I'm not doing full episodes of Ace Attorney. And I can confirm right now, for those of you that are interested, I'm scratching off Ace Attorney from my list of streaming games for the rest of this year. Mainly because I want to keep those more to my own personal interests and my own personal sanity. With that said, no, we do not need to go to the title. I also want to turn on one costume, specifically. I want to turn on this specific costume, strictly because it looks a little bit interesting, and it reminds me of the last case that Apollo Justice was in, and he had this specific outfit on as well. If I was playing through the bonus episode, this would be the opportunity that I will be turning on this costume for, and if Phoenix was in this case, I would definitely flick this on just for the memes and lulz. But Phoenix is nowhere to be found in this episode. Nick is in the Kingdom of Karine, so it's up to the junior partners at the Wright Anything Agency to figure out what's going on with the magical turnabout. With all my distractions and debates out of the way, I officially will be starting with Episode 2, The Magical Turnabout. Here goes. Episode 2, The Magical Turnabout.
Behold my might!
Shame on you, Mr. Rias! No! Using magic for evil!
April 27th, 10 o'clock a.m., Penrose Theater stage. And that's how the evil magician Mr. Rias was defeated. See you back too, everybody. Bravo, bravo, Trucy! Wow, Apollo, wasn't that a great trick? You bet. I've never seen such a great magic act. Did you know they even featured Trucy's show on TV this morning? Penrose Theater. A long gateway to success for entertainers. It's here in this famous theater that we finally get to see Trucy Wright's Trucy in Gamari Land. A long-awaited revival of the magic of Trip Gamari. Wow, that explains why there's a TV crew here to cover the show. This is a perfect opportunity to promote the Wright Anything Agency, too! After all, people look up the things that they see on TV, right? But wouldn't they be looking up the talent part and not the law part of our agency? Mamma mia, you're right! We'd get nothing but requests from Trucy's fans, wouldn't we? Oh well, we'll just have to make it the old-fashioned way. My name is Apollo Justice. I'm a rookie lawyer with only about 2 years of experience under my belt. We're here to see Trucy's magic show. She is a fellow member of our agency. We came on behalf of our boss, Mr. Wright, who's away on a trip. Did you hear, Apollo? Even though it's only her debut, her shows are completely sold out. What? Really? That's amazing. Voila! Our star is born. Who knows how far she'll go? At this rate, nothing in the world can stop us. You do realize this has nothing to do with you, right? This is Athena Sykes. She is another member of our agency. She may not look it, but at just 19 years old, she is a lawyer as well. What do you mean, she may not look it? Of course I look the part! Care to explain how exactly? Ah, come on, have a heart. Stop treating me like a child. That gadget around Athena's neck that spoke just now, that's Widget. Widget helps Athena out with her special field of expertise, analytical psychology. He also has a habit of blurting out whatever Athena's really thinking. Yeah, this guy can be a little unruly at times.
Hey, upgrade me already!
Your attention, please. The show will restart after a 20-minute intermission. We ask that you please be back in your seats before the next act. Thank you. Hey, why don't we go say hi to Trucy in her dressing room during the break? Oh, yes! Let's go see the big star! I'm so nervous. What should I say to her? Whatever you usually say to her at the office every day. And with that, we automatically move to the Penrose Theater dressing room. So, this is Trucy's dressing room. Looks like she is busy over there with someone. Could you sign this, please, ma'am? Sure thing. Just one sheet in this clipboard, right? A fan asking for Trucy's autograph, maybe? I don't think so. It looks like some kind of contract. Thank you very much. I'll get this to the producer right away. Great, thanks. Oh! Polly, Athena, you came! Of course! Congratulations on your big debut! Thanks! Who was that just now, by the way? Somebody from Take-Two TV. They want to turn my magic show into a TV special. And they're planning to broadcast it nationwide. Can you imagine? Wow, you really are a big star. Hey, can I get your autograph later, Trucy? Sure, my signature's in high demand today. Would you like one too, Polly? Yeah, actually I would. Oops, looks like I ran out of flyers, so I'll have to sign your forehead instead. Hey, knock it off! Look, just forget about the autograph. This is Trucy Wright. She is a magician and Mr. Wright's adopted daughter. She's becoming quite renowned in the magic world these days for her impressive skills. A lot of people get this wrong, but Apollo's actual job is being my magic assistant. No, you're the one who gets it wrong. Ooh, you could do that trick you always do at the office for me, Trucy? Okay. Behold, the wondrous magic that can make anything disappear. 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! My magic panties are an extra-dimensional galaxy. Brava, Trucy, brava! Okay, but why do you always have to make my attorney's badge disappear? Well, that's because out of everyone at the Wright Anything Agency, you're the one I get the best reaction out of. That doesn't make my poor badge feel any better. From here, we do have the option of examining things, but we probably shouldn't be touching anything when Trucy's around. For now, let's instead have a quick little chat with Trucy. Thanks again for inviting us, Trucy. Thank you for coming. Your show sure packs a wallop. I nearly fell out of my seat when that dragon showed up. And when it attacked you, whew, I was terrified, even though I knew it was all just a part of a show. And that's good, because that trick is a crowning glory of Act 1. I'm really glad you're enjoying the show. I heard your shows are completely sold out, Trucy. They say your fans were all over the tickets the instant they became available. Like hungry wolves going after their prey. Sounds like you made a loyal pack of followers for yourself already, Trucy. But you two were the only ones who got a special VIP invitation from me. Today is just a dress rehearsal for the performers, staff, family, and friends. General probe, huh? That's what they call it in Germany. The real show isn't until the day after tomorrow. By the way, are you going to finally do your magic panties trick on stage after the break? Sorry to disappoint anyone who came just to see my magic panties, but my next trick is completely new. I'm debuting it today. Ooh, a new trick, huh? Are you gonna chop Apollo up into little lawyer bits? Funny, I don't recall ever agreeing to anything like that. Well, it does sound like a good idea, Today's trick is totally new Trip Gamari original. The entire future of the trip is riding on the success of this special trick. How so? The show is really important to me. It isn't like any of the other shows I've done. As a rightful heir to the Trip Gamari repertoire of magic, this show is my first chance to unveil the tricks I've inherited. Trip Gamari, huh? Yeah, I have a poster of them hanging right over there. Feels like it's been ages since I've seen a picture of them. Trip Gamari was a group of magicians who dominated the magic world in their day. Trucy is the sole heir to the troup's entire repertoire of stage magic. Huh? Who's that guy in green and purple on the left there? Oh, that's the great Mr. Rios, the other magician in today's show. He used to belong to Trip Gamari too, a long time ago. Hey, so tell us more about the special magic you're going to reveal today. It's a secret Trip Gamari trick, left behind by my late granddaddy, Magnific Gamari. It's never been performed before, so this is the first time it will be seen by the public. Grand unveiling, huh? No wonder she's been working so hard. Well, I better get going. Huh? Where to? To my practice act. Back to my act, of course. The show's only a few days away. You're really pushing yourself. Didn't you practice until late last night, too? Yep, because everything's just gotta be right. Trucy inherited all of Trip Gamari's magic tricks from her father when he died. And the trip's entire legacy is now resting on her shoulders. No wonder she's feeling the pressure. Looks like everything is going well today. I mean, the last track was perfect. Raise under pressure, that's me. After all, a true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. That's the Trip Gamari creed. It's hard to believe you've accomplished so much, even though you're still in high school. But to tell you the truth, I'm actually pretty nervous. Well, who wouldn't be? Oh, I bet this would do the trick. You'll be fine, Trucy! If anybody can do it, you can! But Polly, that was just the boost I needed! Apollo's... thanks. Well, Apollo's fine sure has a nice way of really hitting right in the heart. And in the ears. Enough ragging on my voice already. Juicy? Oh, hi, Bonnie! It's almost time for the second act. Oh, okay, thanks! Well, Apollo, Athena, enjoy the rest of the show. Break a leg, Trucy. Thanks, I will. I hope our new trick goes well. Hey, this is Trucy we're talking about. She'll be fine. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure. Huh? Performing magic is like walking a tightrope. There's always an element of danger. One little mistake can even cost you your life, you know. I wonder if she'll make it across today. What do you mean by that exactly? Oh, nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me. She is gone. What was all that about? Judging by what she said, I'm gonna guess she's probably a magician too. Come on, Apollo! We gotta get back over to our seats now or we'll be late! Ow! Hey! Stop pulling! Okay, let's see. Guess it's time for us to move back to the stage. And as subtle hints go, we do just that. Hurry up, Apollo, it's about to start! I want to see what Trucy's next trick is! Well, you're really wound up today, aren't you? Why don't you take your seat and try to relax? Whoa, look! There's a TV reporter over there! With a camera, with a TV camera and everything!
Oh yeah.
Athena, sit down. You're blocking people's view. Yeesh, I feel like I'm babysitting here. Hello, everyone. I'm reporting from the beautiful Penrose Theater, where the public performance of Trucy in Grimoire begins in just 2 short days. But today, they very kindly agreed to give us a sneak preview. Isn't this exciting?
Polo, do you think I was on TV just now?
How should I know? But if you were disgracing our entire agency, that's for sure.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Oh, ooh, here it comes. Oh, here it comes.
Now, give up your dastardly ways! Huh? Over here. Come now, Mr. Hat. Offer the girl's life up to Mr. Rias and bring him back to life. What?
Just when and how did she make the switch?
You won't be reviving anyone today.
Wow, that was amazing! I have no idea how she escaped that coffin.
I'm glad Trucy's escape trick went off without a hitch.
And when I open the coffin, like this, inside you see... Mr. Rias. But how... I wonder what's going on.
He's not getting up. Eek! Trucy! What just happened? Oh man, an accident? Is like that guy dead?
Wait, that's not part of the act?
Attention please. For your own safety, we ask that everyone please evacuate the building. What's going on? Is Trucy okay? Outside, everyone. Evacuate immediately, please.
Whoa, hey, stop grabbing at me. Chelsea!
So staff member removes everyone from the stage, and we are immediately brought outside of the Penrose Theater. They kicked us out. Hey! Hey, what gives? Will somebody please tell me what's going on?
Poor Trucy. I hope she is okay. Hey, here comes that staff member from before.
Your attention, please. We regret to inform you that today's show has been canceled. What? But I was looking forward to the rest of it. We are very sorry, but the theater's on lockdown pending a police investigation. Excuse me, is it because of that accident? That man in the coffin, is he... well, we're still trying to figure things out, sir. But I can tell you that Miss Wright is fine. She wasn't injured, so please don't worry. Thank goodness she is okay. Hey, you there. Just what the heck's going on? They wouldn't even let me in. Me for crying out loud. Oh, Mr. Reddings, there was an accident during the show. An accident? Great. Just great. That's all I need right now. Do you have any idea how much money we are sinking into this program? And you are? The man behind the scenes, that's who. And this is a fine kettle of fish, here, let me tell you. Spinning all this up. Spinning all this is going to be a real pain in my posterior, believe you me. Spinning? As in covering it up? Look, I gotta get inside. Seriously, can a guy catch a break around here? Well, there he goes. Why don't we go back to the office for now? I'm sure Trucy will call us once things have settled down. Yeah, I guess you're right. We do have the option of examining the building, but we will be skipping that as it's not really necessary for progression. Next proper step is moving directly to the Wright Anything Agency. It's no use. I can't get hold of Mr. Wright. I wonder if something happened to him in Karain. Maybe he got caught up in some kind of trouble again, as always. Yeah, trouble's drawn to him like iron filings to a magnet. Hey, Apollo! Speaking of Karain, they're showing something about it on TV right now. There's been some surprising news coming out of the Kingdom of Karain. The country recently saw defense attorney Phoenix Wright win a not guilty verdict. The first verdict of its kind in 23 years. Mr. Wright won a trial in Karain? Lawyers are said to be highly disrespected in the Kingdom of Karain, so Mr. Wright's win was an upset victory amidst entrenched hostility. Wow, did you hear that? The first time in 23 years! Yeah, but what was he doing in court there in the first place? I thought he just went for a visit. So he was in some kind of trouble, just like we thought. Next, an update on the unfortunate accident that occurred at the Penrose Theater. Hey, now they're talking about the accident at Trucy's show. Famed magician the great Mr. Rias was skewered with a sword and died on the spot. Oh no, so he really is dead. And now, here is the footage of that deadly moment. Mr. Rias's body isn't visible in this footage, but these are still very shocking images. The magician Trucy Wright is reportedly still only a high school student. Could it be that this unfortunate accident happened due to a lack of proper training? And did the young magician have enough experience, preparation, and knowledge? Some might say that Chip Gamari should be held accountable for this incident. Hey, what kind of biased reporting is this? Yeah, they're making it sound like it's all Trucy's fault. Oh, we've just received more breaking news. Oh my. The young magician in question, Trucy Wright, is now under arrest on the charge of involuntary manslaughter. What? We will keep you updated as this unfortunate tale unfolds. Stay tuned. Trucy's under arrest? She can't be! Apollo, we gotta do something! Yeah, let's get down to the detention center right away. But before I forget, I think I'll jot a few things down about the case. I'll just open up the court record with the right tab, and flip to this bottommost tab here with L or R to make a few notes. You can use it kind of like a to-do list. If we ever get stuck, we can just refer to these notes. So, like Apollo implies, we learn fairly quickly about the case brief. Just like in the last game, we do have that little checklist of sorts to help keep us up to date in case we accidentally do things out of order. I won't necessarily be needing this because I've got my own notes that I'm following during this investigation. But there is one thing that I need to take care of before we head on over to the detention center. I need to check in on an old friend of ours. With everyone's personal items littering the office, this place is as messy as ever. Yeah. Take this lab jacket of yours, for example. It's been sitting here forever. Loud? What do you mean loud? I love that jacket. Oh, yeah? Why don't you ever wear it then? Well, the last time I wore that jacket.
Oh, Polly, I'm so happy for you. You finally decided to take the plunge. Now you're ready for your stand-up comedy debut. You, Danny, and Athena should form a group. I can see it now. The primate color punchlines.
Let's just say that jacket brings back painful memories. I wanted Charley, not the jacket, but okay.
I just wanted Charley, so he's looking pretty perky.
For a guy whose desk is always a big jumbled mess, Mr. Wright never forgets to water Charley.
Sometimes I catch him staring at that plant and smiling. It must hold some special meaning for him.
It could be. He did say Charley's been in this office since his first days as a lawyer. He doesn't seem to want to talk about it much, though.
One thing's for sure, Charley is no ordinary plant.
So, the continuity of all of this is Charley has been around in this office ever since way before the Wright & Co. law offices. This used to belong to Phoenix's former mentor, Mia Fey. The late mentor used to water Charley and take care of him during the Fey & Co. law offices, which is in the same building. In fact, it's this exact same office that Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Athena work out of just now. It's nice to know that 6 games in, he still dutifully makes sure to keep track of this plant and make sure to take care of it above all else. With that said, we are officially at the first stage of our investigation, and that is the 6th examination that is needed for the Mr. Charley accolade. From there, we follow the instructions now and catch up with Trucy at the detention center. Poor Trucy. What can we even say to her?
Oh, Polly, Athena!
Trucy, are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
We saw the news about the accident on TV.
I guess I can't Houdini my way out of this one. I got arrested and everything. You say I'm the one who caused the accident.
But that's not true, right?
To be honest, I don't really know. I mean, I have no idea how an accident like that could have happened. The trick went off without a hitch, I'm sure of that much. Still, the police just won't listen to me. They've already decided that it was all my fault. I'm exhausted after all their questions. Looks like she's been able to hang in there at least.
Yeah, she really is one tough cookie. I know you're tired, but can you tell us a bit about the accident?
Of course, yes, of course. Go ahead and ask me anything. I'll be fine.
So, just like Trucy implies, we'll have a quick chat. Starting with, for starters, can you help us understand what happened? In today's show, there was a dead body in the coffin. How did that happen? Was there some kind of accident?
I don't really know. The coffin was supposed to be empty when I opened it. But instead, Mr. Rios' body was in there.
That must have been a huge shock for you.
When the dragon set piece fell down at the end, was that an accident too? It must have been. I have no idea how or why that happened either. Nothing went the way it was supposed to. I still can't believe Mr. Rios is actually dead. As tough as she is, this is obviously taking a toll on her. But how did Mr. Rios' body get into the coffin in the first place? Trucy, we need you to tell us the secret of that trick. You know what they say, a magician never reveals her secrets. But I guess I should make an exception this time. But if you ever tell anybody, I'll make you my guinea pig for every single new magic trick from now on. Don't worry, I'm a lawyer, remember? Client confidentiality is part of my job. So, let's call this trick Trucy's Great Escape. How did you get out of the coffin? Alright, here goes. I'll reveal a trick just for you two. Prepare yourselves for an exclusive explanation by magical girl Trucy Wright. There's a secret trap door in the stage that leads to the understage passage. A trap door? So when did you slip down to the understage passage? Remember when Mr. Hab was on stage holding a sword next to the coffin? Well, by then, I had already escaped from the coffin and was waiting understage. And while I was down there, I did several things to get ready for the next part. What technique? Okay, so what happened next? Mr. Hab was quickly raised up to the catwalk by wire. There's a cushion up there that acts as a shock absorber when Mr. Hat hits it. Meanwhile, I popped back up onto the stage through a different trapdoor. And voila! The switch is complete. I had no idea all of that was happening. I was convinced you were still in the coffin. That's what professional magicians do. They make the audience to see something that isn't really there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? We call it misdirection. Well, we keep you busy with believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is. I get it. It's kind of like a magical bluff. But there's no escaping the fact that the victim's body was actually inside the coffin. It wasn't empty like it was supposed to be. Yeah, that's a part I don't understand. The last thing in the world I expected to see in there was Mr. Rios. Could he have climbed in there by mistake? I should get back to asking Trucy about the accident. Can you tell us more about the victim? Who exactly is this Mr. Rios? You said he used to belong to Troupe Grimari, right? Wait, you don't know who the great Mr. Rios is, Apollo? He's super famous! He's all people talk about on the TV. Really? I just assumed he was one of Trucy's assistants. Way to diss the dead, Apollo. So, how did the two of you come to perform together, Trucy? Well, like I said, he used to be a member of Troupe Grimari. He was a protege of my granddaddy, Magnifique Grimari. So the TV station arranged for us to perform together this time because of that connection. Did he continue performing as a magician after he left Troupe Grimari? No, he got injured while practicing for a show about 13 years ago. That's why he left the troupe. After that, he took a break from magic for a while. I'm pretty sure it's a recent thing, him getting famous again. I only started seeing him on TV again maybe last year. I had nothing but respect for Mr. Rios as a magician. I can't tell you how sad I am this happened. I can't imagine how traumatic it must be to have someone die during your big show. Oh, but hey, don't worry, I'll be fine. I have to stay strong for my fans. Huh? My bracelet is reacting. People tend to unconsciously tense up when they're trying to hide something. And when I pick up on their distress, the bracelet around my wrist starts to feel tight. So I guess this means that Trucy is trying to hide something from me. Well, I guess I should give my bracelet a touch.
I can see things others can't. The slightest twitch, gesture, or change in expression. Yes, I can see it all when I'm concentrating intensely like this. And when people are feeling tense, they sometimes reveal a certain habit or tell. I won't just shift my viewpoint around until I find Trucy's tell. Okay, I think I found her telltale tale. Now to listen carefully to every word and see what she gets shifty-eyed over. Then we'll perceive whatever she seems nervous about to get to the bottom of things. Don't worry. I'm fine.
Gotcha!
Come on, Trucy. You should know by now that you can't hide anything from me. Don't tell me that your abrasive reacted. Yep. And here I thought my smile was gonna do the trick. Heh. Looks like I broke the first rule of being a magician. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face, right? I remember hearing you say that before. That's right. It's a Kamari motto that my daddy used to say before he passed away. I'll never forget it. It's one of the few precious memories I have of him. But you can't keep everything inside, Trucy. You'll burst. Why don't you tell me what's bothering you? I can't. If I did, you wouldn't believe in me anymore. That's not true. As an entertainer, you believe in always keeping a smile on your face. And as a lawyer, I have a belief that's important to me as well.
Take that!
Your attorney's badge? I swore on this badge that I would always believe in my client to the bitter end. That's a cornerstone of being a good lawyer. Mr. Wright taught me as much. So no matter what you tell me, I'm going to keep on believing in you, Trucy. All I ask is for you to have a little faith in me, too. All right. Thanks, Polly. Polly, what if I made a mistake? What do you mean? What if it really was me who stabbed Mr. Rios? What makes you say that? Well, in my escape trick, I used both a real sword and a rubber sword. I switched the real sword for the rubber sword just before I stab it into the coffin. So even if somebody had been in there, the rubber sword shouldn't have hurt them. But Mr. Rios was found dead in the coffin. I know, it just doesn't make any sense. I know I swapped the swords. You're absolutely sure? Positive. I practiced that trick 100 times with no mistakes. I remember very clearly swapping the swords this time too. But could I have made a mistake this time? Could she really have? Well, I better get going. Huh? Where to? To practice my act, of course. The show's only a few days away. You're really pushing yourself. Didn't you practice until late last night too? Yep, because everything's gotta be just right. Maybe I really did kill Mr. Rios. Trucy. The worst possible mistake I could make. Such a horrifying, horrific accident right in the middle of my show. And yet, all I can think about is, now that this has happened, the Trip Kamari will get its performance rights pulled. There'll never be another show. Everything my family's worked so hard will be gone forever. Poor Mr. Rios had his whole life and a great career ahead of him. I ruined everything. I destroyed it all. I took it all away. Polly, I'm ready to pay for what I did. Trucy, I don't think you did anything wrong. You don't? I've had one question going through my mind this whole time. Was this accident really your fault? What do you mean? I don't have any proof or anything. It's just, I don't think you'd ever make a mistake like that. Apollo, I saw how you worked on your tricks, staying up late every night to practice. And I know you. You always get everything picture perfect. Nobody's perfect all the time. Still, I think someone else caused Mr. Rios' death. Not any mistake of yours. After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. But how can you say that? You don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but... I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry, you're going to be fine!
Thank you, Apollo. Thank you for believing in me. I'm going to believe in you too.
Good.
I'm sorry. I need a tissue.
I've never seen Trucy cry like this before. She always seems so strong. But maybe sometimes she's just putting on a brave face. She's still just a kid after all. So, I have to make it official, but will you let me defend you?
Yes! I'm counting on you. I don't want to have to cancel the show on its opening day.
Right. She seems fine now.
Trucy! Let's win this trial together!
Unlike some people. Well, we better get right to investigating. Come on, Athena. Wipe that nose and let's go.
Excuse you! Do you see any sun on my face, Apollo?
Yeesh. Talk about an emotional roller coaster.
We'll need to investigate the stage in the Penrose Theater where the body was found.
Yeah. I hope no one will try to stop us.
If you're going to Penrose Theater, can I ask you a favor?
Of course. What is it?
I left a very special notebook behind in my dressing room.
Sure. We can pick it up for you.
That notebook is really, really important to me. I don't know what I'd do if anybody read it.
Wow. I wonder what's in it.
The notebook is in my blue handbag on the table. It's big and black. Can't miss it. Thanks in advance. And with that, I've got to go. It seems they've got more questions for me.
Alright. See you later, Trucy. So, should we investigate the stage first, or go get the notebook? From there, we do have two different options, but both options require us to move to the Penrose Theater stage.
The person you are trying to call is not available. After the tone, please repeat.
Ugh. I've tried calling Mr. Wright 100 times, but he never picks up.
We left him some voicemails, so he'll probably call once he gets them.
He's going to flip out when he hears what happened to Trucy.
Hey, this is the place. The theater where that magical murder happened.
Oh yeah. I wonder if they brought the dead body out yet. I hear they already arrested the murderer. They say it's a young girl.
Yeah, a high school student. Can you believe it? Kids these days.
What's with all the curious bystanders? They sure are kicking up a fuss. How dare they call Trucy a murderer?
They've got some nerve.
We can't let people think about that about her. We have to defend her. Apollo? Is that you? Emma? Sure, been a while. How have you been? Oh, I can't complain. I haven't seen you in ages. Emma's usually not in the best of moods, so I never quite know what to do or say around her. Well, we have some business to take care of, so I guess we better get going. Hey, wait a minute. What, was it something I said? You're darn right it's something you said. What's wrong with you pushing me off like that? We've got heaps to catch up on. After all we've been through, you're not still mad at me about something, are you? Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Who's this, Apollo? A distant cousin or something? No, Emma's a detective I've had the pleasure of working with before. Hello, I'm Emma Skye, forensic investigator. What? So you're finally a full-fledged forensic investigator? Yeah, I finally achieved my lifelong dream. Look, I even have an official forensic investigator armband and everything. That's great, Emma. I bet the exam was really hard, huh? No, that's a cinch. Really? Because I thought you said something about failing it over and over. Well, never mind that. The important thing is I'm not a plain old detective anymore. There's no more boring old investigations for me. I'm so happy I could hug the whole world. Coming from you, that's really something. Criminals beware. Fingerprinting, liminal testing, DNA analysis. Emma Skye is ready to go, so bring it on. Wow. Guess it's goodbye grumpy clouds. Hello, fanatical sun. She's very cheerful, isn't she? Is it because of the weather or something? She sure wasn't like this before. She was pretty frustrated back when she was assigned to the Criminal Affairs Department. And she was always munching on chocolate snackos to relieve her stress. Snackos and stress are a thing of the past. I have to say goodbye to both of them. And may you never have to see either again. By the way, are you two here because of a murder? Murder? Don't you mean the accident? Oh, then I guess you haven't heard. The case is being treated as a straight-up homicide now. What? And just so you know, I heard the prosecution is going to argue tomorrow that Trucy outright murdered Mr. Rios. What? Are you kidding? They're treating it as a murder? Emma, please tell us everything you know. Of course, anything to help Trucy. But before we get to that, Emma Skye is now a forensics investigator. And we have quite the history with Emma as well. Firstly, for those of you that remember from way back in the original trilogy, Emma was a part of the bonus episode in the first game, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. She was also involved in Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, and in fact, our connection to her is from Mr. Wright. Now, the fact that she is a forensic investigator means that she's finally had the opportunity to fully show off everything that she's capable of. And she is not necessarily restricted to doing stuff under cloak and dagger anymore. Now, with that said, let's have a quick chat to catch up about this case and hear things from the prosecution side. Why is this case being treated as a homicide now, not involuntary manslaughter? Well, apparently, there's something that proves it was a straight-up homicide. Well, that's vague. Do you know any of the details? No, I'm afraid that's all I was told. Really? How come? Well, because the lead prosecutor is kind of a hard guy to read. Though, maybe it's just a culture gap thing? Anyway, he's not one to really share his thoughts. Wait, what do you mean by culture gap? I mean that he's a foreigner, so his way of going about things is a bit different. So, who exactly am I up against tomorrow? Congrats on finally becoming a forensic investigator you always wanted to be. Thanks. I failed the exam so many times, but I finally did it. I can finally use my forensics kit openly whenever I want. Oh yeah, you used to have to stealth use a kit you sent away for. Oh, I still use that one too. But now, it's more of a hobby kit. It's important to have hobbies too, you know. So basically, nothing's changed. Are you kidding? I don't have to worry about getting in trouble for taking fingerprints for fun now. It's positively life-changing. I can take all the prints I want. Are you sure you're allowed to do that? Sure, I'm sure. I've been collecting all the prints I've taken into a personal database. Now, hold out your hands. I need to get your prints, too. Just promise you won't use them for evil. I can't believe she took my prints, too, Apollo. I mean, for the sake of simplicity, we do want to make sure that we're ruling out our fingerprints in the case, so fair enough, I guess. But still. Prosecution. Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth has been reorganizing the prosecutor's office lately. As a part of that effort, he's gotten rid of a lot of corrupt prosecutors. So the prosecutor's office is looking pretty empty these days. And that's how a foreign prosecutor got assigned to this case? That's part of it, yes. We were short on prosecutors, and this guy just happened to be visiting. And what's the purpose of his visit? Well, some insurgents from the Kingdom of Kharain are thought to be hiding out here. As an international prosecutor, he apparently came to investigate the matter personally. So he's from the Kingdom of Kharain. That's right. He is also a Kharainist monk. A monk? So how did he get assigned to this particular case anyway? It seems he's very devoted to furthering his studies as a prosecutor. He wanted to learn how crime scenes are investigated here, so he just showed up. So he was curious, huh? He looked over the entire crime scene over earnestly. And just as everyone else was ready to call it a case of involuntary manslaughter, this most certainly is a murder, a cruel act of an impure soul. And that's what he said, just like that. And then he volunteered himself as a prosecutor for this case. And with the shortage of prosecutors right now, the prosecutor's office was glad to have him. So Trucy was arrested for murder all because of this guy, huh? I have to say, he's definitely not your typical prosecutor. He says court is where a victim receives their last rites. Where the truth is revealed, the criminal is judged, and the victim's soul sees salvation. Receiving the last rites in court allows the victim to finally rest in peace. So, to him, a trial is like performing funeral rites for the victim, huh? That certainly is a unique way of looking at it. His name is Nayuda Sadmati. What? Nayuda Sadmati? That's right. What, do you know him or something? Oh, I guess you could say I've heard of him. Yeah, well, he is pretty famous. Really? Yes. They say he travels the world, solving difficult case after difficult case. Where there's a hard case to crack, he's called in to prosecute it. Wow! Sounds like he's gonna be tough to beat. I can't believe this. I have to stand in court against him? He seems like a very kind and gentle person, though. He's very polite and understanding to everyone he talks to. Huh. So he's a pretty agreeable guy, then. Yeah, he's bound to see what kind of person Trucy really is. But don't they hate defense attorneys in Kharain? Would he even listen to what we have to say? I don't see why not. He certainly seems like the type of person who would. Even so, do you think you could do us a favor, Emma? Could you tell Prosecutor Sadmati about Trucy, and what a good person she is? Of course. Leave it to me. I'll make him understand there's no way Trucy could have committed the murder. I hope he listens to reason. Me too. This is looking bad, Apollo. And they're calling it a murder, and they've even got proof. What are we gonna do? Look on the bright side, that's what. Bright side? What bright side? Well, the good thing about there being proof is that there has to point to the real killer. If we can find out who that is, we can prove Trucy's innocence. Oh, hey, you're right! Which means our objectives are clear. We have to find two things: proof of Trucy's innocence and evidence of the true culprit's identity. You know what, Apollo? You're starting to give me a glimmer of hope. That means there's only one thing to do. Emma, would it be alright if we investigate the scene? If I said no, you'd just do it behind my back anyway, right? Would I do something like that? Guess the jig is up. Oh, alright. But I'd better come along. Who knows what sort of mischief you'd get into if I'm not there to keep an eye on you. Mischief? It sounds like Emma trusts you about as far as she can throw you, Apollo. He has been known to move things around at the scene of a crime, you know. And what about you? You used to do all kinds of forensic tests on things without permission. There's nothing wrong with that. After all, forensics is always on the side of justice. And how is that even remotely fair? So, Emma will grant us access to the crime scene at the stage, but we need to go someplace first. True to our word, we need to go and check up on Trucy's notebook, which can be found, hopefully, inside the dressing room. The dressing room looks just like the way it did before the incident. All these items look kind of lonely without their owners. We have to find Trucy's notebook for her. Let's see. She said it would be in her blue handbag on the table, right? We should see what else we can check out while we're here. So, just like in the previous two parts, we now officially get an opportunity to do a proper examination. This is our opportunity where we can just move around, point and click, and do various different things from there. Obviously, there is an opportunity to do a tutorial a little bit later on in this stage of the investigation, but I'm going to skip the BS and just give you all of the necessary rundown. Just like in the previous two games, we use the left stick to move around. You can also use the right stick to change angles if necessary. And we point on something where the finger highlights and turns red. That's where we are selecting that specific item. And then we click on the A button to examine it. Oh, here's that handbag Trucy was talking about. I feel a little funny about digging around in a girl's purse. I guess it's okay to open it after all. She did ask us to. But not you, Apollo. Let me do it. Let's see. Huh? No, not this. Oh, what's this? Oh, wow, she has... Oh, Trucy, you are bad. What is it? I want to see, too. That's funny. She said it was a black notebook, right? But there's nothing like that in here. Maybe Trucy was wrong about where she left it. Let's keep looking around for it. What's this? A script of the show? It says Bonnie. So it must belong to that bunny assistant we saw on the show. You and I got to see the first two parts up to the end of the 10:20 a.m. segment. But this mysterious fire trick, we didn't get to see that part. Yeah, because they canceled the show after the accident. Hey, there's a note about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. Come to think of it, when Mr. Rios turned into a dragon, it breathed fire, didn't it? Coin tricks and fire tricks were Mr. Rios' specialties. Maybe they've had some big finale planned, where Mr. Rios and Trucy would face off in a grand magical showdown after his revival. Show script has been added to the court record. Trucy put some posters up, I see. Oh, here's one of Troop Gamari. Troop Gamari, magical menagerie, huh? Looks like a bunch of folks dressed in outfits a bit too gaudy for their age, if you ask me. But isn't that pretty much how all the best magicians dress? Was Troop Gamari really such a big deal back in the day? I guess so. Everybody in the country knew him back then. They had great tricks, like making a building disappear or escaping a safe dropped from a helicopter. Wow, I was in Europe at the time, so I had no idea. But even if you know about them, then they must have been really famous. I used to see him a lot on TV. I think it was back when I was in junior high. The one in black was the original leader of the Troop Gamari, Trucy's grandfather. His name was Magnifique Gamari. The one in pink with the mustache, that's Zach Gamari, Trucy's late biological father. Oh, and look, there's Mr. Rios. So this poster's from back when he was a member of Troop Gamari, huh? Trucy said he left the troop after he was injured during a show or something, right? The 13-year-old poster has been added to the court record. Now, the last thing that we need to do is examine this table on the left-hand side, but there is a couple other things that I do want to sidetrack and look at really quickly. Huh? Aren't these Ninetales flowers? You know, the flowers that only grow in Ninetales Vale. Oh my goodness, you're right! There's a card here and letter to go with it. The card says, "Good luck, Trucy, from Damien and Jinxie Tenma." Maritama and Jinxie, huh? What does the letter say? Let's see. Oh, there's a message for you in here, too. Please tell Mr. Demon Lawyer I said thank you for everything. Thanks to him, I overcame my fears, and now I'm not afraid of yokai anymore. And guess what? I've even become friends with yokai like Iramomen and Konjaki Chiki. No matter what happens, I guess she'll never grow out of her demon obsession. So that is closing from the last game. Specifically, Case 2 of that game, where we end up having the Tenma Taro Turnabout Time. And yes, I remember that very specifically because I came up with that title at the last minute. I think we also know who this bouquet of flowers comes from, but just for the sake of context. Oh, these are from Prosecutor Gavin. Roses, huh? How like him. Pretentious. They might be pretentious, but you know what? He makes it work. Paulo, I've noticed this for a while now, but you get awfully prickly when it comes to Prosecutor Gavin. You think so? I mean, don't hate him just because he's beautiful. That's not it at all! And then there's that. Hey, these flowers. They're from Lamar. Lamar? Have I heard that name before? She's a famous singer. They call her the Siren of the Ballad, and she's pretty popular. Why would a famous singer be singing Trucy Flowers? Well, we met her through a case I headed up once. Wow, your circle of acquaintances is bigger than I thought. Lamar, I don't know why, but her songs really touch me for some reason. I hope she's doing well. So, specifically, Lamar is from the last time that we were in a dressing room in the third case of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Again, there's no exact accolade for this. I just wanted to show you that there is some closure to some of the characters in the trials that we have seen and come to know throughout the years. Specifically, we have from Apollo Justice, it's Turney, from Dual Destinies, and then the two of them paired together through Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin's last case, as you know, was with us during Turnabout Academy, which was Athena's episode in Dual Destinies. Now then, we were looking for that specific, what was that called? A black notebook of sorts? I think that's it right there. I say we take a look through Mr. Rios' things too. Hey, is that a notebook sticking out from behind his briefcase? You're right, it's practically screaming over here, look at me. Do you think it could be... Oh, wow, Athena! Our hunch was right. It's Trucy's notebook. What's it doing mixed in with Mr. Rios' stuff? Good question. It's locked. I guess that means we can't read it. I wonder what kind of secrets are in there to make her want to lock it. A girl her age needs her privacy. Besides, everybody has a secret or two they don't want others to know about. If there's anything in there about kisses or crushes, I think Mr. Wright would cry. Well, we've examined just about everything, I think. Looking through other people's stuff was so thrilling. Like I'm doing something naughty. Yeah, I know what you mean. Just don't go poking around in my things at the office. Hi, what do you have to hide? I don't think I like how her eyes lit up all of a sudden. Anyway, we better get this notebook back to Trucy. Of course, we could do that, but before returning the notebook back to Trucy, we can absolutely present that notebook to Athena for a very specific accolade. A mysterious locked notebook. I wonder if there's anything about me in there. Like the one time I ate her pudding. I wonder if she was mad at me for doing that. Don't worry. There's one thing I know about Trucy, it's that she is more mature than some people I know. Foot, Meat, Mouth has been awarded. That accolade is exclusive to this episode, and if we bring that specific dialogue up, we get a chance to talk about that with Athena. Now that we're all finished in there, and we have all of the accolades that we need taken care of, let's finally... Oops. Wrong way. I need to go move, not examine. Let us finally head back to the stage. Alright, let's get down to investigating, shall we? Just make sure you don't move anything or I'll get in big trouble. Fine, I promise. Only move the things I have to. Well, I have my own investigation to conduct, but let me know if you need anything. It's been a while since we've done any investigating. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's dive right in. You do remember how to do this, right? If you don't, I can give you a quick rundown. Should I have Athena give me a rundown? No, we're good. Don't worry about me. I've got it all locked away in this vault up here. Good. And I'm sure it'll all come back to me too, as we go along. Wait, wasn't it you who just offered to give me a rundown? So from there, we have the opportunity to do our examination proper. Like I said, we do now have the ability to move around. So Emma's doing her own thing, so we're on our own. Obviously, we have the ability to change perspectives, but let's keep things the way that they are for right now. First and foremost, let's look at this. Now, that video camera is pointed right at the stage. I wonder what I recorded. I want to take a peek, but Emma would... Wow. This residue data is so fascinating. She's so fixated on that bloodstain data, her eyes are getting bloodshot. Quick, Apollo! While Emma's off in Forensics Fantasyland. Let's see what's recorded on the camera. It's the same video we saw on TV where you can't see the body at all. Apollo, did you notice a strange shadow in that footage? No, why? I very clearly saw that, but okay. I don't think it was my imagination, but I'm pretty sure I saw something. A strange shadow, huh? I wonder what it was. There's a sword here. It's covered in blood. It must be the murder weapon. Trucy said she was sure she switched it out with a rubber sword. Unfortunately, this one certainty doesn't look like it's made of rubber. Hey, Emma. Were there any fingerprints on the sword? Let's see. According to my data, no prints were found. But that could be because a culprit wiped them off. Come to think of it, Trucy was wearing gloves during the show. So she certainly wouldn't have left any prints either. This is what they call a set piece. It's a piece of the onstage scenery. It suddenly fell down after the body was revealed, if I remember correctly. Just as a brave heroine screams, the spell and the dragon breaks. Losing its wings, the dragon falls to the ground. That moment marks the collapse of Trucy's magical kingdom. Magic, huh? Yeah, sure. The timing was so perfect, I'd be genuinely surprised if it was magic. Something isn't right. It just doesn't make any sense. What's the matter, Apollo? You're making that weird thinking face again. How did what should have been a rubber sword get switched with a metal one? Plus, the timing of that dragon set piece falling down? Wasn't that just a little too convenient? Something just isn't sitting right. Ground control to Major Apollo! Can you hear me, Major Apollo? Athena! I think I've got it. I think somebody switched Trucy's rubber sword for the metal one. Huh? To pin the murder on her. Has someone switched the swords? But when could they have done that? When everyone was too busy to notice. Somebody could have switched Trucy's rubber sword with a metal one. After the piece fell, everybody in the audience was kicked out of the theater. In the ensuing chaos, somebody could have carried out a cover-up operation. Any one of the stagehands or show personnel could have done it before the police arrived. So, what you're saying is somebody is actively trying to frame Trucy for the crime? Yes, some disgusting individual is trying to get away with murder. So it's someone related to the show? There's definitely a very high chance of that. Now, if we could just figure out who it is... Good question indeed, but let's head back here and take a look at that coffin. So, this is the coffin the dead body appeared from. I actually haven't examined that yet. Would you two mind giving me a hand? No sweat. Trucy said the coffin was supposed to be empty when she stabbed it. So, how did the victim get in there? I bet there's a secret door or something. Sure is an oddly shaped thing, isn't it? Who knew it could unfold into something like this? Well, I heard that since it's used for magic tricks, the left and right panels are made to be interchangeable. How that helps with magic tricks, though, I have no idea. I'm sure they make use of it in some way we can't even imagine. A white outline, huh? So this is where the body was. What exactly did it look like just after the incident occurred, I wonder? Oh, I have a photo of the crime scene. Here you go. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. It looks like he was stabbed in the back. Yes, that's definitely what killed him. What's this thing around his waist? It's a stunt harness. A stunt wire can be attached to it so the person can float and fly through the air. Come to think of it, he did fly in Act 1, didn't he? Crime photo has now been added to the court record. Apollo, look! There's a secret door in the back panel of the coffin. Do you think Mr. Rios could have entered the coffin through there? If he could have done it without Trucy noticing, then maybe. It's like two magicians trying to out-magic one another right under each other's noses. Wait a minute. It looks like the bottom of the coffin opens, too. Ooh, a secret door! Let's try opening it. Well, look at that. It seems to lead someplace under the stage. That's right. It goes to the understage passage. It's pitch black down there. Oh, hold on. I think I see something glowing faintly. It's hard to make anything out from up here. If you try to go down there, the magicians will get mad at you. Apparently, there are things down there that will give away the secrets behind their tricks. Well, that sucks. It's all right there. We can't even check it out? We're definitely going to have to examine that understage passage at some point, though. Just checking, making sure we've got everything that we need. Da-da-da-da-da. Wow, this tracking is a lot more handmade than I expected. Yeah, well, I can't tell you how many hours I put into that freaking thing. What? You made it? Trucy had me help put it together, you know, as her assistant. She has you wrapped around her little finger, doesn't she? Trucy's smell has some kind of magical power that makes it impossible to say no. Emma, can I ask you a question? Shh, it's the best part. She won't even look this way. Oh, what great prints! Another stuff from my collection. She, certainly seems to enjoy her work, doesn't she? We have one of these in the office too, don't we? Yeah, that poor magic prop we use as a shelving unit. It's kind of like to see Trucy perform this trick. I kind of like to see Trucy perform this trick sometime. I feel bad for the prop, but wait. Well, we both know you'd be the one in the box if she ever did. I feel bad for the prop, but it can stay a shelving unit in that case. Oh hey, this is a curtain. I wonder what's behind it. The backstage area. There's magic equipment and stuff back there. I'll open a crack and check it out later. You weren't thinking of opening that curtain, were you? Who, me? Would I ever do a thing like that? Rats. Guess I'll have to ask her to open it up for us later. Let's see. What else do we need to do on this stage? Emma, did you find any fingerprints on the coffin? Actually, I haven't checked yet. I was going to do that at the end. I like to save the best for last. We aren't exactly talking about dessert here. Oh, but we are! Would you like to partake in my delicious dessert? I don't mind sharing. Oh, yes, please! There's always room for dessert, right? Alright, I guess I'll join you two. So, could you show us how to check for prints, Emma? Sure, let's start with the basics. As you know, fingerprints are an excellent way of identifying someone. That's because no two people have the same set of fingerprints, not even twins. So if we find any prints on the coffin, they might lead us to the killer. Even if the culprit was dumb enough to leave prints behind, sure. Let's go ahead and dust for prints now. Let's see. This looks like a promising spot. Try dusting the area with a fingerprint powder. You can move the cursor and keep pressing until it's thoroughly covered in powder. When you're done, you can blow it with X to get rid of the excess powder. The powder in this bottle is all we have to work with. So if you run out, try blowing on the area. Any excess powder will be returned to the bottle. Alright, I think I'm ready to give it a try. Found the start of the hand. This is basically the point where we're just spamming A a whole bunch of times to figure out this. There we go. You found some prints. Looks like the fingers of somebody's left hand. Now let's try comparing these with the ones we have on file. First, switch to Analyze mode to select a print. Next, select the print that you want to analyze and confirm it. I've got a pretty clear print here. I wonder whose it is. I have the prints of everyone involved with the case right here. Just choose a person whose prints you'd like to compare with the sample against. Well, the last person who was in this coffin was... Perfect match. Bingo! Looks like the prints belong to the deceased, Mr. Rias. Well, if we found prints here, maybe we can find them elsewhere on the coffin, too. I guess I'll try dusting for more prints. I wish I could skip through all of this, but you know, this is the fun part. We just get to fiddle around with stuff and just spam A thousands of times to figure out exactly what I need. Hoping that's clear enough. There! I found some! These prints are apparently Mr. Rias's too. Shall we try looking for prints on the outside of the coffin now? Yes, let's. This time, you'll be able to rotate the coffin and look at it from different angles. That'll give you a chance to examine it thoroughly. You can use this to turn the coffin any which way you like, and holding R while using the right stick will let you jump right to where the action is. If you ever get stuck or confused, you can always reset things by pushing the button down. Okay, and if I find any prints, I'll just choose one to run against your data, just like before. Oops. Maybe I need to be a little bit more up. Aha! I found another print! Judging from its position and location, it might have been made when someone put this lid on the coffin. Let's see now. There was one part during the show where someone put this lid on, after Trucy had gotten into the coffin. Therefore, this print should belong to... Looks like the print belonged to that bunny girl. Come to think of it, she did put the lid on the coffin during the show. That's probably when she left her print on the lid. Now then, I wonder if we can find any more prints. This print must also be from when the lid was placed on the coffin, which means it must belong to that bunny assistant too. Oops. Hang on. Need a little bit more powder on that one. It doesn't look like there are any prints. Oh, come on! There's very clearly prints here, but don't look to be clean enough for an actual proper thing. I'm going to give this another couple tries, and then I am probably going to... There! I got a print! Alright, I'll just check it against my data. Huh? That's funny. It doesn't match the prints of anyone involved in this case. Really? None of them? How can that be? It looks like that's about all the prints we're going to find. To sum everything up, the prints we found belong to the victim, Mr. Rios, the bunny assistant, Bonnie, and some third unidentified person. But that's strange. We didn't see anybody else up there on that stage during the show. Does this mean some outsider was up there? Somebody unrelated to the show? I guess we can't really say at this point. Well, thank goodness we didn't find any of Trucy's fingerprints, right? But that's only because Trucy was wearing gloves. Hey, Emma, there's something else that's been bothering me about the prints. Don't you think there's something odd about Mr. Rios' prints? Odd? What's odd about them? Well, if Mr. Rios was standing in the coffin facing forward, he would have left prints like this, right? But when we look at the actual prints, they're facing backwards. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Hey, what do you know? You're right. I wonder how they wound up like that. Maybe he was accidentally facing the wrong way at first, but then turn around later? No, the coffin is much too small for a guy his size to turn around in. About all he would have been able to do is... About all he would have been able to manage is maybe a little bit of twisting. And it really doesn't make any sense, does it? Our think I might have hit on something major here. Oh, I have just one more question, Emma. Oh yeah? What is it? Mr. Rios was stabbed in the back, right? But if he was standing in the coffin like this, how would that have worked? Oh, right, that. The lead prosecutor has an explanation, actually. He thought that the victim might have tried to dodge the sword as it came into the coffin. So maybe he twisted his body and the sword ended up stabbing him in the back. That's his theory, anyway. I see. I guess that sounds plausible. Fingerprint results have been added to the court record. Well, I guess that about wraps up our investigation of the stage. Actually, there's still the area behind the curtain. Don't you want to know what's back there? Sure do, but Emma told us not to move or touch anything, remember? Would you quit staring at me? Fine, I'll go open it for you. Wow, look at you flaunting your lady killer eyes. I have my ways. I'm only doing this so I won't get charged with animal abuse for not throwing you a bone. I guess puppy eyes can be just as effective. Alright, I'll be back. Well, go on and investigate to your heart's content, but before you go moving anything, I know, we'll be sure to ask first. Oh, by the way, just examine the backstage to move the area beyond the curtain. Okay, time to get investigating. Seeing the stage this way kind of breaks the illusion, doesn't it? It just goes to show that some things are better left unseen. Ooh, listen to you, sounding all grown up and stuff. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll have some cynical one-liners of your own someday, too. Oh boy, I can't wait. Anyway, onto more pressing matters. Let's go examine the backstage area. Dustpan, broom, and a bucket. Guess they use these to keep the stage tidy. I doubt that's what this bucket is for, though. See how it says fire on it? Oh, I guess it's the fire bucket then. Yes, I heard the theater owner went out and bought that just for the show. And when he heard there was going to be a fire truck, he flew to the store to get it. But can a little bucket like this really put out a raging fire? I'm guessing the owner thought it could. But it doesn't look like it's been used. In fact, the inside is caked with dust. What was the point of even buying the bucket then? Wait a minute. That means nobody actually prepared for the fire trick at all. I have a feeling this might be an important bit of information. And with that, the fire bucket is added to the court record. What is this thing? It's a winch. I'm guessing they used it to pull Mr. Hat up. Oh, look! There are two winches. One back there and one up here. Apparently each winch was rigged up to something different. One of them was used to hold up the dragon set piece, while the other was connected to that weird puppet up in the catwalk. A weird puppet, huh? We better go check out the catwalk later. Hey, there's a coffin back here too. Looks like there's a stuffed dragon inside it. No, wait, look! It's just an illusion. See? The dragon, it's like... See? The dragon, it looks like it's stuffed inside. But it's really just painted on the front lid. Oh, wow, you're right. That really is something else. If the show hadn't been canceled, we might have gotten to see this trick too, huh? Maybe. It's a guillotine. But it's not real. It's just another one of Trucy's props. I wonder if it was supposed to appear in the show. Huh? You mean she didn't mention it to you? She said you were going to make a guest appearance on stage for a guillotine trick. No, I definitely remember not agreeing to something like losing my head on national TV. And there's also the sign here that I want to investigate. There's a sign here that says understage. I bet these stairs go down to the understage area. Trucy told me that she and her fellow magicians call it the Abyss. I wonder why. Who knows? Maybe because it's really dark down there or something. Oh, I bet they've got all kinds of magical goodies stashed away down there. Come on, let's go check it out, huh? Huh? And the door's locked. The entrance to the Abyss is barred to mere mortals like us, huh? Oh well, I guess that's what you call a swinging abyss. Apollo! You don't even get to make those puns. That's my job. Anyway. We look at everything except for the ladder. Now we get to look at the ladder. Looks like this ladder leads to the cowblock overhead. I really have to go up there. Why don't you go on up and check it out, Athena? I'm sure you'll like the air up there. Huh? What in the world did you get that idea from? Wait a minute. Are you saying I'm an airhead? How rude can you get? That's not what I'm saying at all. Now up you go. I'll just wait down here. Okay, now I'm starting to get the picture. You're afraid of heights, aren't you, Apollo? Come down now. This is for Trucy. She needs us, so up to the catwalk we go. Well, I guess it's time to put on my big boy pants. Are you alright, Apollo? You're right, there's this sheet. I'm fine. Don't look down, Justice. Don't look down. Those green things over there look like cushions. I guess one of them was used to absorb the force of impact when Mr. Hat zipped into it. Let's go check it out. Way over there? What's that? Look, Apollo, it's Mr. Hat! He's attached to a wire. Actually, didn't Trucy say something like... quickly raise Mr. Hat up by wire into a cushion on the catwalk? Maybe the stagehands pulled Mr. Hat up and left him here afterwards. That wire attached to his back. It looks like it's connected to one of the winches down below. Huh? Mr. Hat's cape is ripped. Did that happen during the show? That's odd. It almost looks like it was slashed with a blade. How in the world did that happen? Apollo, I see that you're trying to take this all in stride, and I respect that. But seriously, you're trembling like a newborn fawn up here.
Get it together, man.
I can't help it. It looks like Mr. Hat is rigged to this smaller pulley. Let's see, how did it go? After being blown a kiss, Mr. Hat goes wild, and just as he's about to stab the coffin, he gets pulled up to the catwalk. And then the smoke screen was to hide his ascent from the audience's view. Wow, that's a big pulley. Looks like it's connected to one of the winches down below. The dragon set piece must have been hanging from this. These set pieces look like a rabbit and a moon. Although, they kind of look like they could be a duck and a croissant, too. What do they look like to you, Apollo? A Grim Reaper, and a guy falling to his death. Come on, let's wrap up this investigation before your imagination catches up with you. Hey, look! There are cushions attached to the underside. Well, what are you standing all the way over there for? Come on over and look. You're not gonna try to push me off, are you? Seriously, Apollo? Come on, you'll be fine. Here, do you want me to hold your hand? Yes, actually, if you wouldn't mind. Looks like you're right. And Trucy mentioned something about this, didn't she? That a cushion was supposed to absorb the force of impact when Mr. Hat was pulled up. Well, I think that does it for the catwalk. Do you think we missed any? Nope. No, didn't miss a single thing. We're all done here. Yes, sirree. I take it you're ready to go down? Yeah, I think we better. I feel a fainting spell coming on. Oh, brother. You don't need me to hold your hand again, do you? Well then, pretty much. There's just one thing left. The door to the understage passageway was locked. Any way we can get down there? In that place? And they locked it up as soon as the police finished our investigation down there. If you want to check it out, you'll have to ask a magician. Well, Trucy's at the detention center, so she can't help us. I guess we'll have to look for somebody else from the show. Okay, and I better get back to my own investigation. See you around. It's too bad about the understage area, but at least we learned a few things. Yeah, like one of your greatest fears. I wasn't talking about that. I meant how all the behind-the-scenes stuff is set up. Let's see. We found out there are 2 winches backstage. Mr. Hat was rigged to the first winch, and the dragon set piece was attached to the other one. And both of them were used during the show. Right after the body was discovered, the dragon set piece fell to the stage. And in the chaos that ensued, the culprit could have switched the rubber sword with a real one. So it looks like the best way to prove Trucy's innocence is to identify the real killer. Oh, what a complete and utter mess. This is all great. Just great. The right kid is Bush League, small potatoes. A half-grown has-been. There's something on the stage. I wonder who it is and what they're doing. Maybe we should go talk to them. Excuse me, are you connected to the show? What, you two got a couple more headaches for me to handle? I got my hands full as it is. Hey, I remember this guy. Hey, you there. What the heck's going on? They wouldn't even let me in. Me for crying out loud. Oh, Mr. Martinez, there was an accident during the show. An accident? Great. Just great. That's all I need right now. Do you have any idea how much money we're sinking into this program? It's that man who was going off at the staff in front of the theater. I never seen you guys around before. If I had to guess, I'd say you're not production staff. What's that I spy with my little eye? An attorney's badge. Well, how do you do? I didn't know you fine folks were lawyers. My business card, if you would. A charm to make your acquaintance, I'm sure. Oh, thank you. So you're from the TV station, I take it? As sharp as a tack you are. I'm the producer of this TV special. Oh, my idea, by the way. I'm Apollo Justice, Trucy Wright's defense attorney. Trucy Wright's... Well, ain't that a kick in the head? How about you open with that tidbit next time, champ? Okay. What happened to the schmoozy Magoo a bit? I'm Roger Ratings. Hold the applause and no autographs, kids. I'm on the clock. Apollo, this guy looks really familiar, but I can't quite... Really, kid? Then try this on for size. Hang loose, baby. Hang loose, baby? Apollo, it's Ratings Raja from Take-Two TV. He's huge, crazy huge, like a real famous producer. Really? I've never heard of him. Seriously, man? What kind of a cave did you crawl out of? Roger Ratings, the Ratings Raja, the titan of the TV screen. Still you ain't seen my Saturday night talk show at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central? No, I can't say I have. You're blowing my mind, kid. Do you even know what a TV is? Just say it with me. Television. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about the incident? No. What kind of comeback is that? Grow some backbone, kid. I basically lobbed that one at you. Now hit me with your best barb. Viewers will love that. Come on, you gotta sell it. Sell what? Say something funny for the nice people at home. Come on, hit me with your best shot. My best shot? We're rolling here. Hurry up before they change the channel. Chop, chop. Okay, here goes. Talk to the hand. Kapow! Kapow? Really? Why are you pointing out dramatically like we're in court? I don't know. It just seemed like the thing to do. Apollo. Oof. That's going in the cringe reel for sure. I think we can all agree that that was a mistake. Ugh. If I choked out any harder, I'd need a high maneuver. I blame myself, really. Should have known better than to waste good film on a nobody. So, you wanted an exclusive or what? It's the same man that we met previously outside of the theater. It's Roger Ratings, the Ratings Raja. Today's magic show was being broadcast live on TV, wasn't it? And you were the producer, right? That's right. Rising Magic Star versus Old School Grimari. It's gonna be wild. We're gonna have viewers vote for their favorite magician during the show. And the loser would have had a really embarrassing prank done to them. It was gold, I tell you. Guaranteed ratings. I don't know. It sounds kind of tacky if you ask me. I'm telling you, man. A lot of viewers eat this stuff up with a spoon. Trust me. All we gotta do is serve it up nice and hot. A feast for the eyes. More like junk food for the brain. But that little brat had to go and ruin everything with that accident of hers. Do you have any idea how many times they dragged me over here to prepare for today? You must know this theater pretty well if you came by that often. Ooh, that gives me an idea. How about this? Mad mindscape of a magical murderess. Closest comrades come clean. Tell me, has Trucy always shown signs of being unhinged? When could you tell she was about ready to snap? just cruising for bruising, Apollo. As long as you don't get caught on camera. Truth be told, I'm not surprised by the way things turned out. Magicians are pretty much the dregs of society, am I right? What's that supposed to mean? What were you doing at the time of the incident? We were shooting a show in the station studio. We had a whole bunch of girls in bikinis wrestle each other for the camera. So you didn't see the accident as it actually happened? That's right. That's why I was shocked when I first got here. So you didn't hear about the accident until you arrived, huh? I'm guessing what you really want to know is whether or not I have an alibi. Am I right? My staff at the TV studio can vouch for me. Why not go there and ask them yourself? You can give them my card and they'll let you in. So you have an alibi, huh? Good to know. Nope. Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. Wrong button, wrong button, wrong button, come on. Magicians are all a bunch of good-for-nothings, if you ask me. Con artists and thieves is what they are. They trick people and take their money. Coming from you? That's rich, pal. Magic tricks aren't the same as con jobs, you know. That's right. The people watching never feel like they've been cheated. Lawyers spout hypocritical nonsense. Big surprise there. LOL. And post. Did he just post about us in real time? Those Grimoires are all criminals. It's in their blood. Trucy Wright ain't no different. That girl is no good. She may look all sweet and innocent, but she's a stone-cold killer. Don't you dare talk about Trucy like that! You don't know the first thing about her! You won't find a sweeter, hardworking girl anywhere, period. She's got the wool pulled over your eyes, I see. What in the world are you talking about? You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Grimoire magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. Does he have a grudge against Trucy? Or maybe against all of Trip Grimoire? TV is a window to the truth. It's not like that magic stuff or the streetwise charlatans that perform it. It's a shame. A crying shame, I tell ya. What was supposed to be a fun, lighthearted program turned into this sorry affair. I'll have to sell it to news outlets all over the world if I'm going to make my money back. Trucy Wright will make her debut, all right. Not as a magician, but as a criminal. What?! It's my duty to report it. Can't let a tragedy like this happen again, now can I? And if she gets off somehow, I'll make sure she never walks the streets again. We won't let that happen. We won't let you do that to her. We're going to prove her innocence in court. Listen to you acting all high and mighty. You're just another money grubber. I know how you lawyers do things. You'll stop at nothing to win. I beg your pardon? If you win your trials, you get fat stacks, right? Is money really all you care about? What's with him, Apollo? Why won't you listen? But enough about you. I'm all about going after Trucy right now. I won't stop until she's behind bars. That's how we in the media dish out justice. Before you even get to court, my expose is going to take you down. Not if I have anything to say about it. Well, gotta get back to the station. Hang loose, baby. It looks like the prosecution won't be our only opponent this time. No way are we gonna let that guy have his way either. That's right. Okay, we're done with the stage, so let's go someplace else. I still wish we could check out that understage passage. But what else can we investigate right now? A good question, but unfortunately, I have been informed that I do need to take care of something really quickly. So, kind of impromptly, I'm going to have to take a quick pause to go and take care of this. that said, we're going to take a quick break so that way I can go and take care of something really quickly. When I come back, we'll pick things right back up where we left off. Back in a few. I'm back. So I do apologize for that. I had to go and grab another bottle of water because I had finished mine and I definitely needed something else to drink because I was out of parchment, or out of refreshments rather. So, really quickly before I continue, I want to talk a bit about a couple quick things. First of all, For those that are just tuning in, we are continuing through Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, and we're in the final third of the games, which is Spirit of Justice. A couple of notes that I would like to make note of before I continue. First of all, regardless if you can chat with us tonight or not, I do want to thank you very much for dropping on by. I have a special offer that is going out for anyone of you who likes to hide in the chat. If you would like a free shout out, all you have to do is type in the command !lurk, L-U-R-K, in the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. Also, for those that are watching us live, I do have a VODs channel, which is getting all of the streams from the Apollo Justice Trilogy up over the course of the next couple of weeks. We are uploading all of the streams from the AJT once per day up until the 25th, and then we will be doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday uploads with some exceptions once until we have our queue caught back up. After which point, our queue is most likely going to go to be about Tuesday through Saturday with some notable exceptions. We're trying to get things out within 72 hours of the stream being done and over with. Now, our live shows are Tuesdays through Saturdays with select Sundays starting around 3 p.m. Central Time. You can check the schedule on the Twitch site or below the stream for the next date and time, and I will be online so you can come and hang out with me on this adventure live. Speaking of which, our schedule for tonight looks to be as follows. First of all, we did have one minor change that I need to go and make a note of. During my break, I have found out that we are not going to be doing a stream this Sunday, and I have confirmed this. So, tonight we are finishing up Apollo Justice Trilogy Part 15, and we're planning on playing through the entirety of the Magical Turnabout. We're about halfway through the investigation at this point, so this would have been a perfect time for us to get going with a break. Tomorrow, I am in studio, but there will be no stream, but I will be doing some stuff with others and getting things all done and dusted and ready to go for Saturday, when I'll be doing part 16 of Apollo Justice Trilogy. We're going to be playing through half of the Rite of Turnabout. My checkpoint is somewhere between investigation and trial day 2, but depending upon where we are time-wise, that is my plan. We're planning on splitting that episode in half, and we'll be finishing the second half of the episode on Tuesday the 26th, which is the following stream that I have there. On Tuesday, we'll be finishing the Rite of Turnabout, like I mentioned, and we'll also try to play through Turnabout Storyteller if time allows. If we do run over, I have dedicated some time on the 27th to finish that specific chapter. It isn't going to be long, about a couple hours, so we'll have basically 2 streams that day, where I'll be doing the second chapter for Apollo Justice Trilogy for the Turnabout Storyteller, and then I'll be doing some Minecraft Wednesdays later on that night for about 3 to 4 hours for you all. The 28th, Thursday, I am not going to be in office. There's something that has come up, appointment-wise, that I need to be out of the studio for that day, so I'm shifting around my Thursday and Friday. Friday and Saturday is going to be the finale of Apollo Justice Trilogy, and it is a 2-part finale, as we're working through the United States half of Turnabout Revolution on Friday, and then when we head over to Crine, we'll do all of that stuff on Saturday, as well as give my final thoughts and everything about the game. After that, Sunday is Easter Sunday, so I won't be live for then, obviously. And then the next stream following is actually April 2nd, which is to be determined. just need to make a note of that. I need to go and figure that out. I need to go make a note of that for stream schedule. And that, I think we'll have about 4 to 6 hours on April 2nd to get that done and dusted. DMA Live schedule-wise, or the DMA Live replayed, excuse me, we are uploading daily, like I've mentioned, up through the 25th. We'll be taking the breaks on the 26th and 28th, so we can go live with you guys. But there will be a stream on the 27th, and I'll be, of course, doing stuff for DMA Live then, or the DMA Live replayed, and then DMA VODs will also have an upload on the 29th and 30th, which at that point will be all of the Dual Destinies videos caught up. I'm planning this all out so that way, with the exception of April 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, possibly the 8th too, depending upon time, will be when I upload all of the Spirit of Justice. And then any remaining videos that I've been streaming in the meantime, we'll just shuffle in during that playlist, and we'll get that all done and dusted and out of harm's way. Now then, with that said, to catch us back up with the game, specifically, Trucy is under arrest for... Well, she was originally arrested for involuntary manslaughter, but the prosecutor is going to try her for homicide, full-on murder. A specific note that I had about this is involuntary manslaughter is an accidental death, which results in a person being killed due to an incident that happened that was not the culprit's intent. Obviously, the prosecution is going to try to argue that Trucy intentionally tried to kill Mr. Rios. Whatever the motion or whatever motive is, we'll figure that out in due time after our second intermission. But for now, we are heading back into this to go and properly move over to, well, we're going to need to move on over proper to the dressing room, of all places. April 27th, Penrose Theater, dressing room. About all that's left to check out is that understage passage. We'll have to try and get one of the staff members to unlock the door. Someone just came into the dressing room. Oh, it's you people again. You came back. Huh? I saw you, you know. Oh, you! It's the bunny assistant from the show, right? What? Oh, yes, that's right. My name is Bonnie DeFame. I remember her talking to us earlier. Performing magic is like walking a tightrope. There's always an element of danger. One little mistake can even cost you your life, you know. I wonder if she'll make it across today. What do you mean by that exactly? Oh, nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me. She said some pretty strange things then. I saw you take it. You took something from our dressing room. Oh, Bonnie, the teleportation trick you did was amazing! Fantastic! What? Oh, thank you. But what you did, stealing is... What other kinds of magic tricks can you do? Me? Oh, well, how about this? Aww. Bunny. Splendido! Athena, I think Bonnie is trying to say something to us. She is? Thank you, Mr. Thief. Thief? I saw you. I saw you take that notebook. Please don't take things from our dressing room. Huh? So it's true what they say. Thieves really do return to the scene of a crime, don't they? Thieves? I thought this was just arsonists in real life. That was just arsonists in real life. Guess that means she really saw us, huh? I bet it looks pretty bad. If you return what you stole right now, I won't call the police. Oh boy. You've got it all wrong. We're Trucy's lawyers. She asked us to bring the notebook to her. Trucy's lawyers? Oh, I'm sorry I called you thieves. If you really thought we were thieves, why were you still doing magic tricks for us? I can't help it. Whenever anybody asks, I just can't bring myself to refuse. Does that mean she's a real people person, or that she aims to please a little too hard? In that case, can you tell us the secret to your teleportation trick? Well, I don't know if I should... Ooh. If I keep up the pressure, she just might tell us. I've been dying to know. Leave the poor girl alone. Are you investigating the case? Yes, that's right. I'm Trucy's biggest fan. I just loved her to bits. I'd do anything to help her. We appreciate that. In that case, would you mind if we asked you a few questions? You're a magician, right, Bonnie? That's right. My specialties are teleportation and this little trick right here. Looks like Mr. Bunny is in a bad mood right now. Or that she messed up. You said that you're a big fan of Trucy's, right? Oh, yes. I look up to her more than anyone else in the whole world. What about her makes you respect her so much? She's just incredible. Not only is she extremely talented, but she's so cool under pressure and always manages to keep a smile on her face. In spite of all that talent, she still works harder than anybody I know. You couldn't ask for more of a magician. I'm sensing a shift into hyper fangirl drive. I love the unique way she does her tricks and how she charms the audience. I especially love her Magic Pennies trick, which is both cute and comical. The first time I saw her do that trick, I was so impressed and so moved. I've gone to her shows and performed so many times, I've lost count, and that's why I think Trucy is top class. I'm your first-rate magician. I see. I think we have a pretty good idea of how much you adore her now. Oh, was I talking too much? I'm so sorry. I better be careful about when and how I ask her about Trucy. Anyway, that's why I'll do anything at all to help Trucy. Mr. Lawyer, you just have to prove her innocence. Don't worry, I plan to do just that. I wish Trucy could see that she has people like Bonnie in her corner rooting for her. You were in the magic show, right? That's right. I take it you saw my teleportation trick? Yes, it was just wonderful. You moved from one place to another in the blink of an eye. I admit it was pretty amazing. I have no idea how you transported yourself over such a great distance in just a split second. It must be so cool. It must be fun to be able to do a trick like that. Teleportation looks so cool. It's like a superpower or something. Yeah, my trick is turning some heads in the magic world right now. They're calling it new miraculous magic. Some even say it's a real deal. Real magic, huh? I know there must be an explanation, but it sure does look real. I just have to figure that trick out. I want to do it myself. Oh, you'll never figure it out. I always perform it perfectly. Ah! This feeling... looks to me like Bonnie is hiding something. Peekaboo.
Gotcha!
Why are you yelling at me?
Huh? Oh, I just thought you looked a bit flustered, that's all.
Well, anyone would get flustered when you're shouting at him like that. Any more of that, and I'll bend those horns of yours like a spoon.
Hands off! Do you have any idea how early I have to wake up to get these just right? Okay, that was clearly not it.
Gotcha!
Bonnie, when you said perform it perfectly, your right hand would tremble and move your hat a tiny bit. I even caught a glimpse of the little rabbit hiding underneath. Oop. Did you really perform that teleportation trick perfectly this time?
Of course, I got that part right.
What do you mean, that part?
Oops.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that you... You might have performed the teleportation trick flawlessly, but what about Trucy's escape trick after that? Did you make some kind of mistake during that?
Oh, well...
Well, did you?
You see...
Did you or didn't you?
I did! You're absolutely right, Mr. Lawyer. I made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. I'm sorry I lied.
Phew. I feel like I pulled off a magic trick of my own just trying to get that out of her. So, you made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick?
Yes, I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. But I made a huge goof.
So,
Did Trucy explain to you how the escape trick works?
yes, she knew we'd need to know for our investigation, so she shared her secret. Let's see. After Trucy escaped from the coffin down to the understage passage, Mr. Hat was to be pulled up to the catwalk by a winch. Trucy would then pop up on stage through a trapdoor.
I was operating Mr. Hat at the time, but I flipped up where I was supposed to have him stand. I was supposed to make Mr. Hand stand to the left of the coffin, but I messed up and had him stand to the right by accident.
That matches up with what we saw during the show.
Huh? But then, doesn't that mean... Trucy would have ended up popping up on the side opposite of Mr. Hat? Yes, she would have, if she hadn't done some quick thinking on her feet. She managed to pop up on the right-hand side of the coffin for me. So the audience never even knew a mistake had been made. Way to go, Trucy! But my mistake cost her so much trouble.
I think I better ask Trucy about this later, too. Oh, by the way, we'd like to investigate the understage passage. Would that be alright?
Oh, yes, by all means. Anything to help prove Trucy's innocence. I'll unlock it for you.
Hey there. There you are. You got a minute?
Oh, Mr. Ratings. Yes, of course.
Not you, Bunny. The lawyers. They're the ones I want to see. You have business with us? I hear you two are from the same agency as Trucy. Is that true? Yes, that's right. And this is for you then. Hang loose, baby. A contract? Between Take-Two TV, the first party, and Trucy Wright, the second party. If, through the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million?! Yeah, that's more like it. That shocked reaction, that dopey expression. You'd make a great comedian. Really? I know. I'll put you on my show. We'll get one of those cartoon anvils to fall on your head. Wait a minute. Is this one of those hidden camera prank shows? You wish. That's an official contract. See for yourselves. You're the lawyers, after all. You should know one when you see one, right? He's right. It's all signed and everything. You better make sure your agency pays what Trucy owes me in full. Are you kidding me? Wright Anything Agency doesn't have that kind of money. Then I guess you're gonna have to go fishing for some. I can see it now. Craziest catch, legend of the seasick lawyers. Fishing on the high seas? No thanks. Objection! What kind of ridiculous, low-down, unfair, one-sided contract is this? Hey now, there's nothing ridiculous here. It's all perfectly legit. It's got her signature on it, see? Ugh. My boys have got to see the stupid looks on your faces. It's priceless. And post. I'm getting responses already. It's gonna go viral. Oh, how could he?
Bye-bye, reputation.
You ain't seen nothing yet, baby. I'm gonna drive Troop Kamari and everybody associated with it into the ground. Serves you right for getting involved with the Kamaris. What's this grudge you have against the Kamaris, anyway? Huh? What are you talking about? It's just making you paranoid, champ. Come on, Bonnie. We've got more filming to do. Oh, yes, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Lawyer. Oh, and I'll unlock the door to the understage passage for you later. Later, lawyers. Hang loose, baby. Why would Trucy sign a contract like this? Why did all this have to happen when Mr. Wright isn't here? We'll have to come back to the understage later. Let's go hear Trucy's side of the story. Good thinking. We can't let you hit the high seas just yet. There must be something we can do. We can't let the ratings Raja get his way. So, this is pretty dangerous. The first party will pay all expenses for the magic show. The second party will confer all program broadcasting rights to the first party. If, through the fault of the second party, the show must be canceled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. The undersigned understand and agree to the terms and conditions outlined above. First party is Roger Ratings, second party is Trucy Wright. With that said, this is pretty damning evidence. So, our best case right now is to move on to the detention center to figure out just what the heck is going on. Three, two, one, ta-da!
Wow, you made my handcuffs disappear. How did you do that?
She's doing magic tricks for the guard. Now, should I try making you disappear next, Mr. Guard?
Can you do that? Oh, yes, please. This is so exciting.
We should probably stop her before there's another incident. Trucy! Oh, hi, Polly. Hi, Athena. We, have some more questions for you. Judging by the looks in your faces, it must be something big. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Things have gotten a little sticky. Oh, and I have to remember to give her that thing she asked for, too. From this point, we have two options we can already talk about. But before we do that, I want to make sure we get this done and dusted right off the gate. Here you go, Trucy. Here's your notebook back. Oh, great! Thank you very much! So, what's written in there, anyway? It looks like it's full of secrets or something. That's because it is. It
was originally my granddaddy Magnifico Mari's notebook. He used it like a diary, and as a place to jot down ideas for new magic tricks. Some of which only members of Troop Gamari had ever laid eyes on. Wow. This notebook is a really big deal, then. Yes, and that's why I always keep it under lock and key. I bet a magician would do just about anything to get their hands on that notebook. And we found it mixed up in Mr. Rios' belongings. Could he really have been trying to steal it? The Troop Gamari creed is also written inside. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. That creed was passed down to me from my daddy, and his daddy passed it down to him. It's true that Trucy always keeps a smile on her face. I guess it's due in part to her family's creed. But I like to think it's also because of her adopted father maintaining that creed for his career as well. Trucy, I want to talk to you about where we found this notebook. But first, let's talk about other things. Bonnie told us about the mistake she made on stage. Oh, you mean where Mr. Hat had been placed? I mean, I was at a loss about what to do for a second there. So, how did you fix the problem? Well, I was down in the understage passage when I found out. I had to work my butt off to fix it, let me tell you. After I escaped from the coffin and went down to the understage passage, I got the signal from Bonnie saying that she made a mistake with Mr. Hat's positioning. No joke, I was freaking out. After all, I had to be back up on stage in a few short minutes. The magical girl Trucy Wright was faced with an unprecedented crisis beneath the stage. Would this spell the end of Trucy and Gamari Land? And then what happened? Athena's totally hooked. I was supposed to get back up to the stage through the trapdoor 1 on the left. Using a platform that can be raised and lowered called a stage lift. There was a stage lift ready and waiting in the lowered position under trapdoor 1, but Mr. Hat had been placed on the right above trapdoor 2 by mistake. There was already another stage lift under trapdoor number 2, but it was in the raised position since we hadn't planned on using it. Okay, so how did you get back up onto the stage? Why, through brute strength. I couldn't lower stage lift 2 by myself, so I pushed it back and out of the way. Then I moved the lowered stage lift number 1 into place under trapdoor number 2. This thing is heavy. I wish I could have moved it with magic. Unfortunately, my magic is useless under the stage. And the stage is a dark abyss that drains magicians of all their powers. And I can see why it's called the Abyss. I never knew it could take so much out of you. That's just how it goes in the real world. Illusions are created by the blood, sweat, and tears of those behind the scenes. Wow, I learned so much just now. Trucy, have you told anybody else about all this? Nope, nobody. This sounds like some critical information. I better make a note of it. Trucy's statement has been added to the court record. We'll get back to the contract in just a little bit, but first, I want to bring up the notebook situation. We found this notebook mixed in with Mr. Rios' belongings. What? Do you think he might have been trying to steal it? No way! I can't believe it! Great Mr. Rios would never do such a thing! But would it be so far-fetched if he was after Troop Gamari's secret tricks? This makes for a pretty compelling motive to take the notebook. Trucy, do you remember this contract? Yes, I signed it before I went on stage. Well, what about this liability for compensation article here? Liability for compensation? What are you talking about? Let me see that.
What? The $3 million? Just as I suspected. She doesn't know about that part. I've never seen this article, and I read the whole contract from top to bottom. Yeah, I didn't think you'd miss such a big thing. But there's your signature, so what's going on? Maybe there was some kind of trick involved? You know, like when I signed it? In other words, you think there might be some foul play afoot? I'm willing to bet the ratings Raja is the one behind it. In any case, we better focus on doing something about this contract for now. Trucy said it in her dressing room, right? Then we better do a little bit more investigating there. I'm so sorry to put you two through all of this. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. It's gotta be some kind of mistake. If you need me to, I'm willing to take drastic measures. With my magic. You're not planning on pulling some magical money out of there, are you? No, my magic panties are much better at making things disappear than appear. Do I want to know what she's planning to make disappear? Apollo, we have to do something, anything to fix this. I agree. Let's check out the dressing room again for starters. Okay, and we should finally check out the understage passage too. The abyss? Then you'll have to go through the backstage area. Be careful down there. So with that said, the understage passage should have opened up by now, but we need to dig up a little bit more about this contract. So the best steps forward in my case is I'm going to be moving directly back to the dressing room. There was something specifically that I wanted to take a look at, and I never got a chance to look at it until now. Okay, this is where Trucy signed that contract. Right. And there must have been some kind of trick that was used when she signed it. The question is, what kind of trick and how it was done? If some kind of object or tool was used, there may still be a trace of it somewhere. Like with the pen or the paper. Well, it's time to find the secret to that trick. Off gets. Let's do this! It's been bothering me this entire time that the clipboard's just been lounging around here. Huh? Hey, take a look at this clipboard. Could you sign this, please, ma'am? Sure thing. And just the one sheet on this clipboard, right? Isn't this the clipboard Trucy used when she signed the contract? I think you're right. Let's give it a once-over. So we now get the opportunity to examine this entire thing, front and back. Obviously we have just a regular little clipboard, but let's try opening the folder. The screw won't budge. I don't think even your crazy strength could budge it. A crazy strength? What kind of thing is that to say to a delicate young lady? I don't see you denying it either. This part here holds papers in place. Could this clip have something to do with how the condor? Ow! It bit me! Only you could get hurt by a clipboard, Athena. Looks like a screw. I guess that means this clipboard can be taken apart. But I can't loosen this one without a screwdriver. It's just a screw. That observation won't get you any laughs. What, do I have to make with the funny all the time? So specifically, you'll notice that all 3 of those 4 screws that we've looked at were flathead screwdrivers. They've got just a 1 mark on them. This is a Phillips head, meaning it's got the little X pattern on it. And it's clearly different from the others, so maybe? Hey, this screw. It's different from the others. Not only that, but I think it's loose. Look, I can move it. Are you sure you should be fooling with that like that, Apollo? Whoa! Came right out! See? I tried to tell you, but would you listen? No! Hey, take a look through that hole, Athena. I think there's something back there. Oh wow, you're right! What is it? Hey look! The back panel is loose. I think I can take it off. Got it! You're just breaking things left-right today, aren't you? Oh, look! There's something inside! What is this black sheet of... I want to say paper? Oh, I know! It's carbon paper! You put it between 2 pieces of paper and it copies what you write onto the bottom one. So when Trucy signed the contract, there was actually another contract underneath. And her signature on the top contract got copied onto the hidden contract. So that's how Trucy was conned! This is that reading Raja's doing! I just know it! How dare he! Gotta hand it to him, though. It couldn't have been easy fooling Trucy. That girl's no slouch. Yeah, but I bet we can use this clipboard as evidence if we ever take this to trial. Justly so, the clipboard has now been added to the court record. And we finally get to the bottom of the contract. Yes, the real contract, the one that we have in our possession, in the court record right now, this contract was underneath the carbon paper. And they literally could have had whatever up on the top sheet for Trucy to sign. This means that there's some really shady deals going on behind their backs. And we need to get to the bottom of this and fast. Best case right now is to move forward with the investigation, and in order for us to do that, we now need to get to the understage. From there, let's move over to the stage and examine from the backstage area. Let's see. We should be able to get to the understage passage from backstage. Hopefully, Bonnie unlocked the door for us like she said she would. So from the stage, we can examine back there. And then click on the understage passage. The door's unlocked. Thank you, Bonnie. Well, Athena, here we go. From there, we automatically move to the understage. Penrose Theater, understage. It sure is dark and dusty down here. The Abyss. The magical underworld. Look! There's a denizen of the Abyss now. A fearsome beast with long, sharp fangs ready to prey on unsuspecting souls. Huh? What are you... Oh, you mean that tiny little rat over there? No, I meant that fearsome beast over there. I take it you don't like rodents. Good note. From there, we need to examine all sorts of things. First off, there's a very strangely familiar looking sword that's over here. This sword has the exact same design as a murder weapon. Wait, what's this? Hey-ya! Ow! What are you doing? That hurts! I think I'm bleeding out! Oh, stop being such a drama queen. It's only rubber. Huh? Hey, you're right. So this must be the sword Trucy used during the trek. After the incident, someone must have switched the rubber sword with the real one on stage. Maybe that's when they brought the rubber sword here. The sword stand has been added to the court record, finally. Next, the stage lift for getting up to the stage. It looks like this cranks lowers the platform. But Trucy said it's impossible for one person to do it alone. That sounds like a challenge. Now I want to try it. It's probably just broken. Or you could just take people at their word. If I'm reading this room right, this must be the stage lift Trucy moved during the show. Originally it was there where stage lift 1 is now. Stage lift number 2 has been added to the court record. Look at all these props. Hey! There's something in this hat. A dove? Cards? A juice box and some snacks. It looks like somebody planned to have a little treat in the middle of the show. I'm gonna make it big someday too. Just you wait and see. What's all that about? My guess is, it's a soulful cry of some poor assistant made to toil here in the darkness. And who would know about the soulful cry of a better assistant than you, right? You really understand the writer's feelings of despair and frustration. Sadly, yes. Yes, I do. You really shouldn't scribble on the walls, you know, Apollo. It wasn't me! And we need stage lift number 1. The stage lift for getting up onto the stage. Trucy moved this one here. I guess it used to be where that yellow tape is. How in the world did she manage to move this huge thing? It could have been easy for her. She's pretty petite. But I bet it'd be easy for you. Just what are you implying? That's it, chump. You're looking up microaggressions later. I've got one of the 2 ladders we need to look at. We need to look at them both, technically. This ladder goes up to the ceiling. So I guess it leads to one of the trapdoors on the stage. Trucy must have used the ladder when she escaped from the coffin. Why don't you climb up there and see if I'm correct? It's not so high, so you'll be fine, right? Huh? Why me? You make a young lady wearing a skirt climb a ladder? Fine, I'm going. Ah! The lights! It burns! Ow! You alright? I can now confirm that the ladder does indeed lead up to the stage. Well, that tasty bit of info was definitely worth risking life and limb for. Well done. Yeah, thanks. It goes up to the ceiling. I wonder what's just above. Apollo! Alright, fine. I'll climb the ladder. Why does it always have to be ladders? Huh? Where am I? It's pitch black. Cramped too. You know what? I think you're in that coffin that we saw backstage. So that's where this ladder leads. But I still don't get what that coffin was for. What's this glowy stuff? Oh, it's glow-in-the-dark tape. Hey, this must be what I saw through that secret door in the bottom of the coffin. But who put it here and why? It's probably a marker of some sort since it's so dark down here. Sounds about right. Maybe it's meant to mark which ladder to climb. Hold on, Apollo. I hear voices. Quick, hide! Huh? Ow! Quit shoving! Hurry up and get down there! Alright, fine. Yow! My arm doesn't bend that way! What the heck, Athena? Shh, look! It's so much work pretending to be cute and sweet. Isn't that Bonnie? Hey, Bunny. Wait for me. And the reading's Raja? What do we have to hide for, Athena? Because I heard something funny. There's something off in their voices. Oh, right. Athena's super sensitive hearing. Those lawyers are poking around trying to stir up trouble. Should I be worried? Relax. I didn't say anything to police, and I won't say anything to them either. You better not, or you're gonna get it. Pow! Right in the kisser. What the? Is it just me, or does Bonnie seem kind of different than before? Apollo, shh! I'm sick and tired of this whole investigation. All I want is Trucy's head on a platter. Leave everything to me, babe. Don't forget the power of the mass media. TV can accomplish anything. I'll make sure Trucy gets much worse than a guilty verdict. I can't wait to see that girl crying and begging for mercy. You really hate Trucy, don't you, buddy? I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she is all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. Hey, what the heck? If you mess this up, you're gonna really be sorry. You hear me? I'll crush you flat. Like a cockroach under my foot. Oh, you cute little thing. You're so adorable when you're throwing a fit. Ow, ow, my foot! Can't you take a joke? Come on, grab my things. We're leaving. Meet the hippie hoppity wang, my little bun bun. Well, what was that absolutely revolting scene all about? I guess the entertainment industry attracts all kinds of eccentrics. But that conversation, it set off every red flag in the book. You said it. I smell a plot with a capital P-U. Reddings claims he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. And we saw Bonnie on stage ourselves. Hey, Apollo, I have an idea. Why don't we go pay Take-Two TV a visit? We can check up on the Reading Raja's alibi while we're there. Sounds like a plan. So, following in proper footsteps, we go directly to Take-Two TV studio. April 27th, Take-Two TV studio. Yikes! Look at this place. There's so much going on at once, it's making my head spin. Take a look at that screen and listen to those hosts. Magical murder, live audience witnesses shocking skewering? 17-year-old magician Trucy Wright. See exclusive unedited footage of a heinous crime, complete and uncut. We can't let them broadcast that. Trucy will get tried in court of a public opinion. Well, I doubt we can stop them from airing it. But we can prove her innocence in a real court of law. No matter what garbage they report on TV, we can set the record straight in the trial. Pardon me, I know you're busy right now. What are you guys, street? Street? Does he mean people off the street or something? We're Trucy Wright's lawyers. Oh, okay. Lawyers. Got it. Well, what do you want? He must really busy. He doesn't even look this way. We're investigating the incident that occurred at the magic show this morning. And we heard that Roger Ratings was in charge of that program. Yeah, that's right. The guy hates magic, but the show was all his idea. Just between you and me, I think it was Bonnie that egged him on. Egged him on? How so? I saw the two of them together, walking along arm in arm. I bet she sweet-talked him into doing the math program because she wanted to work. She hasn't been selling very well on her own, apparently. I see. Oh, hey, if you're looking into that incident, I guess you want the show footage, right? It's on the disc in my back pocket. If you want it, go ahead and fish it out. Wow, thank you very much. Turned out to be surprisingly helpful. And with help from the staff member's back pocket, the show footage has been retrieved with a recording of Trucy's escape trick on it. So, next major thing that I want to look at is this. This must be a video production workstation of some sort. That coffee cup looks awfully familiar. Yeah, that's where Mr. Ratings always sits. He's very hands-on, you know. You'll always find him on the set of his projects. But he was here at the station during the magic show, right? Yeah, well, he had two shows going at once this morning. He had his regular program to oversee here, so he couldn't be at the Penrose. So, can you vouch for him that he was here at the station during the magic show? What, like an alibi? Sure can. He was definitely here. Still, after a while, he couldn't stand being away from the Penrose, it seems. As soon as his part was over here, he took a taxi to the theater. But he apparently didn't get there until after the thing had already occurred. Sounds like he has a rock-solid alibi. Well, I guess we got just about everything we can out of this place. Looks like Ratings' alibi is pretty airtight. But if that's true, then who could have killed Mr. Rios? Looks like we're pretty much done here. Should we go back to the office? We can get a snack and talk over our plan of attack. Sounds good to me. From here, we move back to the Wright Anything Agency, but as soon as we arrive, we see not a pretty sight. April 27th, Wright Anything Agency. What in the world? What's going on here? All these stickers say repossessed. Who did this? Who's responsible for this? Whoa now, this is a restricted area, champ. No trespassing. Trespassing? This is our office! You're the one who's trespassing! Enough with the lip, boy. Don't tell me you forgot about your debt. What are you talking about? I'm just abiding by the contract. If the agency can't pay me, I have the right to seize its property, am I right? Just like that? We haven't even had a chance to take this to trial. If you're gonna be mad, shouldn't Trucy be the one you're mad at? I told you, it serves you right for getting involved with those Grimoires. Why, you dirty rotten! So, at this point, we could wholeheartedly examine anything, but it's the same dialogue no matter what we examine. So, our best bet is to talk to Roger and, well, try to give him what's what. What are you going to do with all our stuff? Sell it, of course. Every last bit of it. That's why I'm seizing everything. And I'll take this little office of yours, too. You think you can just waltz in here and do whatever you want? Indeed I do. Unless you write whatever warehouse joker's got 3 million ready. Yeah! That's a no then, because I gotta recoup my money somehow. After all, the entire program went south because of trucy. It's called liability for compensation, and this infantile agency is a liable party. Why, you black-hearted... Hey, Apollo, what about the crooked clipboard? It's no good. We don't have any proof that Ratings was behind it. Darn. You're gonna have to do better than that, folks. Looks like the famed Mr. Wright left behind nothing but incompetent noobs to run things. No way! He was counting on Mr. Wright to be away for this plan of his. That too big thug! We'll show him. There's a sugar. That expression, it's priceless. So, how does it feel to lose a precious office your boss left you in charge of? Now, not to rub it in or anything, but I think you should know where you stand right now. Oh man, what now? Here, have a gander.
The trial of young and up-and-coming magician Trucy Wright is scheduled for tomorrow. We're here just outside the office of a suspect, hoping for an exclusive peek inside.
What? This is live? Apollo, look! There's a sea of reporters outside.
Oh, a questionable-looking pair are peeking out the window at this very moment. Our viewers at home can see for themselves their vicious, brutal expressions.
Yellow journalism at its finest. And that's the way it is. The majority of the public already thinks Trucy is guilty. They saw the whole thing happen with their own eyes during the show's live broadcast. Everybody in the country is against you. No way! No office, no allies. Are you sure you still want to represent that girl? Of course we do! We believe in her innocence! Go ahead, think what you want. It's a free country. And just know that you'll be the biggest losers in the end. In the meantime, feel free to keep on flapping around like the dying fish you are. Now then, you gotta be out here by tomorrow. Take in this cozy little office tonight while you can. Hang loose, baby. I can't believe we let Mr. Wright's office get placed under seizure. Father, this is just ridiculous! Eek! Look out! Clear out! We don't want murderers here! Hey! Hey! If it's a fight you want, I'll take you on! Come on! Yikes! Let's get out of here before we get killed too! I can't believe this is happening! We have to do something to protect ourselves, and fast. It's Mr. Wright! Apollo! I got your messages. How is she? Is Trucy okay? She's not crying, is she? Does she have a lawyer? Mr. Wright, it's all a giant mess. Poor Trucy and the office. Our office. Apollo. Okay. We better both take a deep breath.
Wow, I see. And he's saying you have to be out here by tomorrow?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I wish there was something I could have done.
This is quite the mess, isn't it? Even if I left right now, I wouldn't be there in time for the trial tomorrow. I'm sorry, Apollo, but I need you to handle this for me.
Of course! We can handle the defense, but the office... It's too soon to give up on that. What do you mean?
The contract only addresses Trucy's liability if she causes the show to be cancelled. So you just have to prove in court tomorrow that it wasn't Trucy's fault.
Hey, you're right!
So everything depends on your winning that trial tomorrow. Trucy's fate, and the fate of our office. It's all running on your shoulders, Apollo.
I know! I'll be... fine. Right?
Apollo! I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I can say with absolute confidence that you'll be fine.
Really?
I've seen you earn victory after victory in some pretty dicey situations. And guide Athena, helping her along her way too. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. I'm fine. Everything will be fine.
You can call me anytime you feel you need to, but
But I'll be fine on my own, right? Yes, I think so too. I can do this.
that's the spirit. Give it your best out there, Apollo.
What is it, Apollo? What are you smiling about? Who, me? It's nothing. Mr. Wright believes in me. I can't let him down. We have to win this trial, Athena. I couldn't agree more. And I'll do everything in my power to help. Our opponent tomorrow. Prosecutor Sadmati, huh? Why now of all times? Still, I don't care who it is. I can't afford to let my guard down for anyone.
O restless, wandering soul of the dead.
Prosecutor Sadmati. Oh. Sorry to disturb you, but I figured I should tell you. The lead attorney's been decided. It's Apollo Justice.
Apollo Justice.
So it seems that Prosecutor Sadmati is familiar with Mr. Justice as well. With the office and everything at stake, we will go to trial when we come back. The final part of this specific chapter. And I'll be doing that following the intermission. But first, I do have a couple of announcements before I go on break. First of all, I have previously stated that there was possibly a Sunday stream going on. That is no longer the case. I have officially confirmed from the last break that there's going to be no stream on Sunday. So I will reiterate that during my schedule. I want to read that off for the last time tonight. But tonight, we're finishing this up, and then that's going to be it. As soon as the trial is over and done with, we'll be on to the next part. Tomorrow I won't be live, but I will be hanging out, doing some catch-up work and preparing for tomorrow, or Saturday, I should say, when we will be starting the Rite of Turnabout. The Rite of Turnabout is going to be split into two parts, the first part of which we're going to go about 6 to 8 hours in, and then we're going to call it at that point. That usually will bring us to about investigation or trial day 2. From there, we won't be picking up this game again until next Tuesday, and I will be offline for both Sunday and Monday. On Tuesday, we'll finish up the Rite of Turnabout, and if time allows, we will finish Turnabout Storyteller and play through all of that in the same episode as well. If things do run over for time, I will bump the second case, Turnabout Storyteller, over to Wednesday. Wednesday will probably have Wingcraft Wednesdays as well, so if Turnabout Storyteller gets bumped over, we'll do a double stream starting at 3 p.m. until Turnabout Storyteller is complete, and then we'll do Wingcraft Wednesdays following for about 3 or so hours. Thursday, I will not be in the studio, and Friday the 29th, we'll start the 2-part finale of Turnabout Revolution. We'll again go through Investigation Day 2, after which point we'll finish everything off on Saturday the 30th. With that said, I'm going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll go to trial and prove that the Ratings Raja was in fact culpable party in this magical turnabout. Back after the break. kind of go and get something to eat myself because the whole timing of doing this tonight is kind of off for me. And I do apologize in advance for all of this. It was my full intent that at this point I was going to take my first break. And we're like 3.5, almost 4 hours into the stream at this point. And I've got another 2 hours to go. Because a court case is a long one. And it also has a lot of voice lines as well to read off. But I need to go and get that set up. I spent all of my time getting something to eat, so I do apologize for that. While I'm getting that all ready to roll, let us get that up and running. Let us go and get our notes up for the second half of this. It looks like I missed a section already. Cool. One sec while I go and get that. So professional that I happen to just miss the one part that I absolutely need to read off before we start the trial. Now then. Okay. We've got that, and then we've got that. All right. So. Let's pull myself up and get this back out of here. Hi! Welcome back to DMA Live here on twitch.tv/DionMetroArnold. We are working through the last little bit of the magical turnabout right now. This is trial day 1. It is all one final chapter. And can you believe that all of the stuff that I did in the last, like, 3.5 hours of the stream was all just the investigation? Like, minus the break, it took over 3 hours. Yeah, Spirit of Justice is not kicking around any cans. It is definitely taking its sweet time getting everything, because the cases are getting really complicated and complex, and there's a lot of stones that we have to inevitably unturn. There was a lot of stuff that I cut from that, but I can assure you, the fact that I only whittled off about like an hour and a half of clear time from just going through my notes instead of going through everything is, yeah, this game is going to be lengthy as well. Now then, with that said, I do have a couple quick things that I want to say before I continue. First of all, for those of you that are just tuning in to this specific part, I do appreciate you dropping on by, regardless if you can chat with us or not. I do have a special offer for those of you that are hanging out in the chat tonight. If you would like a free shout out for lurking, all you have to do is type in !lurk, L-U-R-K, in the chat. You will get an audible thanks for dropping on by. For those that are watching live, I do have the VODs channel for all of our streams replayed onto YouTube. We are uploading all of the streams from the Apollo Justice Trilogy and more once per day for the rest of this month, and we'll be caught up in April with all of the Twitch VODs releasing almost immediately after we're done streaming. If you're watching us over on YouTube, I do want to thank you very much for visiting us here on DMA Live Replayed. Our live shows are Tuesdays through Saturdays with select Sundays starting between 3 to 4 p.m. U.S. Central Standard Time. You can check the schedule on the Twitch site or below the stream for the next date that I will be online. You can come and hang out with me on this adventure live. Speaking of which, most of our streaming is going to be game cleaning because I need to get this game out of my backlog for this month. So, streams. And the dates of the stream are as follows. Tonight we're finishing up the Magical Turnabout. That will be done when this case is done. On Saturday, we'll be doing the next part of Apollo Justice Trilogy. We'll be starting the Rite of Turnabout, and we'll be going until either Investigation Day 2 or Trial Day 2, depending upon what we have available for time. I have allowed 8 hours, so starting at 3 p.m., that will take us to about 11, but I do have to be out of here as I have something going on Sunday morning. Sunday night, there's no board of directors, so I have gotten confirmation on stream from Lord Navasa. There's no board of directors on Sunday. We'll be taking care of that at another time. However, on Tuesday, I'll be back in studio with the next part of Apollo Justice Trilogy. We'll start off by finishing the Rite of Turnabout, and then, if time allows, we'll move on to Turnabout Storyteller. If Turnabout Storyteller does not get finished on the 26th, we'll be doing that on the 27th. If not, we'll be doing Windcraft Wednesdays starting at 3 to 6 p.m. sometime, depending upon when everything is all said and done. Windcraft Wednesdays will be for 3 hours, and the Turnabout Storyteller will be until it is done. So if it takes about 3 to 4 hours for that, I do apologize, but we'll get both of those in for Wednesday for you all. Then next Thursday, I will be out of office, doing a few personal affairs, getting things done and dusted. So the finale of Apollo Justice Trilogy will be split into 2 parts. First part will be on Friday the 29th. I'll be doing part 18 at 3 p.m. Central, which will be Turnabout Revolution, all of the United States stuff, which I believe is up until Investigation Day 2. And then when we head on over to the Kingdom of Crime, Investigation Day 2 and forward, we will be completing that half of Spirit of Justice and finishing that in the Apollo Justice Trilogy finale on the 30th. Because our goals have not been met, the 2nd and 4th remain to be determined. If by some sheer dumb luck we manage to reach 50 followers, on April 2nd, I will play through Turnabout Reclaimed, which is the bonus episode of Dual Destinies. And I'll be playing that on stream. If we don't hit that goal on that day, or by the end of the Apollo Justice Trilogy, that's it. That goal is gone, and it will be scratched from my list, and I'll just clear that episode offline. Same case with the bonus episode in this game, Spirit of Justice. I would be playing that on April 4th if we reach 75 followers, but since that is not going to be the case, I'll just play through that bonus episode on my own and get that all out of there. And lastly, I do have a special thing as well. We are working towards 30 followers right now, or excuse me, 25 followers. I do apologize. The goal for 25 followers is for us to basically get a hint at our April game, which is going to start on April 6th for game cleaning. With that said, though, I have been informed that we are going to be slightly adjusting the schedule, so April 6th might be the last Saturday of game cleaning that I will be doing for the time being, as I've got some stuff that's coming up in April that I'd like a little bit more time to dedicate towards and get some stuff all done and dusted. With that said, that is all of the stuff that I want to say out of harm's way. So I want to go and move from here back on over to the Switch and continue onwards to the next chapter. And I should pop myself back into here as well. There we go. So, just as a brief reminder, at this point we are in the trial phase. If I miss some messages, I do apologize in advance, but I'm going to try my best to read off everything that I see, and I'm going to try my best to play through this chapter as fast as I can because I want to be out of here within 7 hours tonight. That means we're almost at hour 4. I've got 3 hours to get this all done and dusted. So let's get this over with, and let's get on to the trial, shall we? April 28th, 9:15 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. For the trial, we are back in the United States, yet again. So as such, there's no fancy, like, divination seances. There's going to be no, like, angry mob or whatnot. Well, there might be an angry mob, but I won't talk about that until later. But we are back in the U.S. We are dealing with the United States-esque legal system, and it's going to go just how things usually go from the games that we've known and loved in the past. Of course, we are defending Trucy, and we have Athena at the bench working alongside us. Our primary objective is to clear Trucy's name, but our secondary objective in this is to also prove beyond reasonable doubt that she is, in fact, not liable for the murder. So you might think that those two go hand in hand, but come to find out, it's kind of one and the same. In any event, let's catch up with Apollo Justice and see what he's been up to just now. I'm fine. Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. I guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all this. Get it together, Apollo! Yikes! Athena! When did you get here? Try to relax a bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Naya Sadmati guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a child's karma and its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't going to be much of a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. I'm fine. There he goes again. It almost sounds like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine! If you say so, Apollo.
The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready?
Yes, we're fine! Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rests on this trial. This is it, Justice. If there ever was a time to shine, it's now. And with that, April 28th, 9:30 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 6. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. And the prosecution? Prosecutor Sadmati. 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying. Yes, I see. You're a Koreanist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Karai. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country, and may make many blunders. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if I had a chance to talk with him about trucy. Now then, Prosecutor Sadamari, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin. Yura Sadamari, he's really been making a name for himself apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play today. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Man of Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mysterious. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. With that, the autopsy report is immediately added to the court record. So his death was just an unfortunate accident. It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus: that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see. And you believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as such. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? I guess I couldn't convince him after all. Very well, and now let us hear from the defense. Naturally, we maintain the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reasoning is because I believe in the defendant. I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind. Putrid mind? Prosecutor Sadamari! Excuse me, but I don't... If you don't mind my asking, Prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting? A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul toward enlightenment. It is a Koreanist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fantasy as the innocence of the accused. I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real. Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners, and to guide victims' souls to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accused guilt now, no harm will come to you. But, should you intervene with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell, along with Trucy Wright. Now wait just a minute here. Putrid pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law? Prosecutor Sadamari, that may be the way you conduct trials in Korean, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here. Your Honor, that was but a Koreanist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Korean, huh? Even still, That was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun.
Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as cross-cultural exchange and try to be a bit more open-minded about it?
What?
Bailiff, please bring in the first witness.
Uh-oh. I thought she said goodbye to those snackos.
Detective Sky! The courtroom is no place for gorging yourself.
What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She, seems a little stressed out.
Detective Sky, your testimony, please.
Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent.
I'm sorry?
Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But
Let it go and move on. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother.
Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Sabmani don't seem to get along very well, do they?
Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky.
Alright. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Trip Gamari poster from 13 years ago. Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room? This is a revised version of that poster. This one says canceled under Mr. Rios. That's right. Mr. Rios left the troupe after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Rios' right forearm, near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick.
Ouch.
That's quite a scar. And because of the accident, Magnifique Armari concluded Mr. Rios was too unskilled. And just before the show was to open, Magnifique announced Mr. Rios won't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifique's decision, Mr. Rios decided to go on stage anyway. This, in turn, caused Magnifique to oust Mr. Rios from the troupe on the spot.
He kicked Mr. Rios out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far? When it came to magic, Troupe Gamari was so passionate, or should I say, extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time. Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics. And now, the troupe's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troupe's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality. You sound rather extreme of yourself, prosecutor. Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor.
As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Rios apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troupe.
He would tell everyone close to them, I will get my revenge on Troupe Gamari someday. Revenge, That certainly sounds antagonistic.
The 13-year-old poster has been updated in the court record.
And then his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? The victim planned to get his revenge on Trip Gamari during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Rios was going to first steal the Gamari notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge. And while he did in fact steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Rios and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing more than conjecture!
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFame, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Rios said, "I'm going to reveal all of Trip Gamari's secrets on stage today." What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me. Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense. Oh? And what's that? Let it go and move on. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with that sin for their next life. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life. A stink bug? Now then, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, if you please. Gladly. From here, it's pretty straightforward. As soon as I can get my script to load in correctly. Any of it? Victim planned to get his revenge on Trip Gamari during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Rios was going to first steal the Gamari notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge. And while he did in fact steal a notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is a basis for claiming it was murder? Beats me. What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sadmati over there, because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. Ulp. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Ah! Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit! Anything but that! Poor Emma. She has really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Rios would climb up onto the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Rios, who was reading in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder, shown here on the left. He was to climb into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area.
After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mysterious was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up onto the coffin. into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape. But of course, Detective Sky. Oh, that's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. You what? You actually have proof? Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not! Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony. So, the defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show. That's funny, seeing as how it was impossible for Trucy to have moved the tape during the show, since her fingerprints weren't found on the coffin, but they were found on the tape.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Mr. Wright moved the understage tape during the show, in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at the time. It doesn't? Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. I think you realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Mrs. Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh! She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove that she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh my! But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. Well, Prosecutor Subnaughty, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence that the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim. I see. Apparently the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate. Come on! You can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you? Would that be really any better? Of course, way better! Stag beetles are cool with those huge mandibles of theirs. If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. Alright, shoot! Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim, the victim still climbs the ladder, using the tape as a guide, and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. So what you're saying is the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue it was involuntary manslaughter. I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated. Defense, do you believe the accused did not murder the victim? Then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it. all-important question. Defense argues that Mr. Reese's death was... If it was an accident... then we'd be admitting that Trucy stabbed the victim. We wouldn't be able to plead that Trucy was at fault. Therefore, we have to claim that it was a murder, but by a third party. The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else? That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Our voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. Dad! I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow. I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as an unsentient plant. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then. Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how do we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin?
Very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin?
Paulo says that he must address the question first. How did a body end up in the coffin if Trucy used a rubber sword? The judge will now ask you that question, and the truth of the matter was, if he was killed in the coffin, that blows our previous argument out of the water. Obviously, if it was magic, yeah, they're also not going to buy it. The only logical explanation was that he was killed under stage, and then transported into the coffin afterwards. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put in the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go?
Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sanmari?
That is the third time.
The third time of what?
Yeah! What the heck is this? Gag! My head! What do you think you're doing?
Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you need to be punished.
Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need?
It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon.
A sermon? Now?
There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake.
Huh?
The cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. And did I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon.
And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within.
Just great.
And in this case, you are that frog defense.
What exactly is your point anyway?
Let us assume for the moment
that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do so during the show? Let's see. The people in the show were Bonnie DeFame, the famous Mysterious, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFame was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show, which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Ah! Now, do you see? The accused killed Mysterious as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. No! Oh, great Holy Mother. Oh, great and merciful Holy Mother. Thus, another putrid mind has been guided towards enlightenment. Ugh! I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole.
Objection!
Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you... There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge all the same. And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity? I most certainly would. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little girl's guardian to come and take her home. But I'm not done with my sermon! You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Samadi, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would then have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin. That's true. It does seem like it would be rather difficult for a difficult task for the defendant. I don't even think I could do it. What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's a child now? In my religion, the priestesses of Koreanism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. But I also think highly of the female perspective. Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child. And who's a fair maiden? I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How indeed was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused Trucy Wright, that is. You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible. But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. Wait. Wait, you really can't explain it? I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I have prepared a witness. Well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor. It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? It's pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky. I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes, you served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to intervene. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You'll be rewarded for your fine work. Oh, Thank you. I hope we can work again together. I hope we can work together again in the future. Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess he is a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him. Now then, let us call this next witness. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a lagomorphing illusionist from the land of the fairy tales, body to fame. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you.
Please, witness. There is a time and place for all things, including magic.
But would it be okay if I do just a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody is waiting. Now's my chance to shine.
That is your second time.
My second time doing what?
There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct?
Yep!
Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering? May we have your testimony, witness, once you recovered from your disappointment?
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her, but I guess I have to, don't I?
As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh?
I hate her! I loathe her! I can't stand that Trucy Wright! Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
Sure, you're a real fan, all right. Of destroying Trucy, you mean?
I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Rios. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have... If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
So you were on stage the whole time? And you're sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. And what's more, she is clearly shown in the TV footage as well.
I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Rios, not little old me.
Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty.
You gotta be kidding me.
Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright. So officially into the cross-examination for the understage passageway. This isn't as plain to see without going through all of the statements right off the bat, but this is one of those where we literally have to press everything. So, apologies, but we're going to have to go through everything one by one.
I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Rios.
Hold it!
You said you're a huge fan of Trucy's, is that right?
Oh, yes. I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. The first time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got up on stage with tons of confidence. And then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing tricks and winning smile.
She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So, finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right?
Oh yes! After all, it was my chance to have her see me. Not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. But then that horrible accident happened.
It was not an accident. It was murder. Witness, please explain, if you would, how a small young woman such as Trucy Wright could have raised the body.
I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. Hold it! What makes you think it would be possible? It's not like you tried it out yourself, right?
Well, actually, we did try it out for ourselves.
You did?
Detective Sky, if you would.
Oh! So that's why you made me do that. Detective Sky, what did he have you do?
The prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers with the stage lift. Not a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it.
You're kidding. It's as if he really can foresee all of our counter-arguments.
Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother. More like haughty.
I guess that means Trucy could have lifted the dead body up. Does that mean... Is it possible? Could Trucy really have...
Hold it!
Is what possible? Could Trucy really have what, Mr. Fame? Please, finish your sentence. Eek! Well, Don't try to beat around the bush. Come right out and say it. Why not tell this court what you really believe? What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing and wonderful magician would never do such a thing. But, taking all the facts into account, what else can I think?
I know of at least 3 other unflattering things you really think about Trucy. How can you attack this girl when she is obviously speaking with reserve? There is such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to do such a basic thing.
Looking at me isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor.
Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body.
All right. If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. Hold it! Stage lift number 2. You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? That's right. With a stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up onto the stage. And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion? Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, brother.
How long is she gonna keep this act up?
Defense? What position was stage lift number 2 in after the show?
Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. Duh!
And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree?
Ugh.
Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper.
So now I'm also evil? I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passageway. Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining our alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes. You gotta be kidding me! Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy!
I'm right here in the footage, or are you too much of an idiot to see? Huh? Miss Defame, are you feeling alright? You seem suddenly different. Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? You didn't just snap, you broke character just now. In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance? Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake when you positioned Mr. Hat. Ms. Defame, to what is the defense referring? Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him on the left of the coffin. But I flipped it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead. And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around. I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Darn it. I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony. Now do you see who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps. Don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you kill over up there. I beg your pardon. Oops. What's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, Defense, are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not! I'll never give up! I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Cryanism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you who struggles carelessly against his fate, Papa Bolzhig seems most appropriate. People boy... What? Oh, wait, that's Crinese. What sort of terrible place is Papa Bolzhig? A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls from the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an antlion sand pit trap. Oh, there's one of those in my backyard. Wow, Cronus Hell is closer to home than I thought. Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim under stage. How are we supposed to get out of this jam? Hey, Apollo? If you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. You mean... I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. See? Witchet is picking up on the noise in her heart, too. That's right. Athena can hear things others can't with her super-sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions of people suppressed as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. All right, Athena. Let's give it a try. You got it!
Hold it!
Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Miss Defame, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident. She is? Yeah. Yes. What with that terrible death on stage, and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify. What? I've heard of that. What's it called? A postal stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere. That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD. Oh my, so that's why this witness acts so hostile at times. It's as if she was a different person. Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Hold it! Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Tee-hee.
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super-sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can pick out feelings that witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects those emotions I hear into the mood matrix, which I can analyze them.
It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask. How do emotions constitute evidence? While I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se, I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness. I'll disturb you! Thank you for your understanding, Prosecutor Sabmati. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? What, you want me to lead the session? Of course, you're the lead on this case, after all. Fair enough, but do I need a refresher? No, thanks. I'll take it from here. I think I still remember from last time, so let's get right into it. Okie dokie. You ready, Widget?
Let's do this.
So we now go into the mood matrix part of this segment. And once again, this is going to be kind of a two-step tango. Firstly, I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mysterious. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time, but that terrible mistake, my stupid flub caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it. Do you now? So, as a reminder, we have the four emotions here. We have happiness, sadness, anger, and surprise. We can find an emotion that is contradicting the statement, or an emotion that should be there but is not. And we can pinpoint that using the mood matrix in order to get to the truth of what exactly is going on with this witness's testimony.
Got it!
I have to say, Mr. Fame, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you're feeling happy about it. Ouch! I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because... I think we all know what really happened. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me! Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? Because we saw you. I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. How you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved. Ouch! Looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. Since Apollo caught her showing her true nature, Bonnie's noise level has dropped by 50%. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we can get it down to 0. Well, Mr. Fame, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What?
What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol, Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
Objection!
Keep that up, Mr. Fame, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am? The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole, you know-it-all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that, or I might get flustered. Mr. Fame, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free. Ouch! Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine. Take a good look. Yay! What in the world? Sheep's clothing. You've got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. Defense, your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it. There's a perfectly good explanation for this. There, Miss Sykes. We think I created a monster.
We blew it.
Hey, you, lobster boy! Who, me? You think I'm glad Trucy is in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right. Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm? Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot. That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? Alright, I'll update the Moon Matrix with new info. Hey, Apollo, there's new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. Alright, I've got you now, Bonnie to Fame. You could say we definitely drove Bonnie batty on that one, but Bonnie keeps on trying to reject Apollo's statement before breaking down. She opens up her umbrella before pulling it backwards and revealing her true self. Her hair forms into bat wings and her eyes turn yellow. Is that a vampire? The judge accused your therapy session of making the witness go completely batty. Bonnie then reveals that she saw Trucy move the stage lifts. So Apollo thinks that something is off about that statement and asks Athena to update the Moon Matrix with this new info. At this point, we now have to present evidence that conflicts with the new statements that have been added. And we know just what statement to press and present on. On the updated fifth statement, present Trucy's statement.
that Trucy moved to the stage lifts to cover for Bonnie's mistake. She told no one about this. So how did Bonnie find out?
Objection!
That doesn't make sense. What? You think I'm crazy now? No, that's not the point I was trying to make. But I don't hear you denying it. Mr. Fame, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. That's right. And I still say that's what she's done. But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so. What? So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? You did it, Apollo! Noise levels are at 0%. But, Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean... Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Fame herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. Gah. You're one artful liar, Mr. Fame, and one spectacular suspect. Gah! Why, you shiny red lobster boy! You're saying I killed Mr. Rios? I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection!
My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry, but you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Mr. Fame was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh, yeah. You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. Gak! Yes, the party's over. Gah. But Mr. Fame knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sadmati? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Fame about it, but then forgot. Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Mr. Fame really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the makes sense part. And then we'll just have to make it make sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the makes sense part. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I've heard some illogical things come out from you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once? Well, There were 2 Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it?
There were
2 of them? I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose 3 screws to the head should right in his putrid brain.
very well. Bailiff, could you...
Hold it!
No, wait! Please listen to my argument.
Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen.
As was argued earlier, Miss Defame is shown in the footage the whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright from the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are 2 Bonnies.
That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sadmati?
This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually 2. But we don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the Bonnie Defame in the footage is a real Bonnie, then the Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, this Bonnie Defame is our second Bonnie. She is? Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I have just a piece of evidence to prove that a Miss Bonnie number 2 exists.
Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a second Bonnie?
Take that!
What's this?
During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in the case.
An unknown third party's fingerprints? I was not told of this.
Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Ms. Defame, or should I say Bonnie number 2. These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmati. And I'm sure you know that exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice?
The issue is who these unknown prints belong to. They're certainly not Bonnie Defame's. What if they belong to the person standing right in front of us?
Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying?
It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sadmati, can you really look at her and still say that? What are you looking at? Take a picture to last longer. How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bonnie number 2?
Witness, is what the defense said true?
Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine.
Then that does mean you aren't Bonnie Defame?
What?
Ridiculous. Are there really 2 Bonnies?
Nope. There's only one Bonnie. That's because I'm Betty. Betty to fame. What? Ladies and gentlemen of this court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this lagomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely. It's showtime. The secret of the teleportation trick is revealed, and Bonnie turns out to have a twin sister, Betty to fame.
What an amazing trick! The witness has suddenly split into two people.
It's not a trick. No gimmick to it either. We're simply twins.
What?
Twins?
So that's how the teleportation trick works.
Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right. My days of sneaking around are finally over.
The cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it.
So, which of you is the nice Bonnie to fame that we met in the dressing room? That would be me.
And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the ratings Raja under stage was...
Hey! Who are you calling sharp-tongued?
It's all starting to make sense now. So in addition to prints from the victim and Bonnie, Betty to Fame's fingerprints were found on the top. So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it?
It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time.
So Bonnie couldn't have committed the murder. But Betty, on the other hand, who was under stage, did have the opportunity. Whoa, and so now we have two suspects.
Hold it! Wait just a minute there, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it.
That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she never killed anybody.
Hey! Who's got a foul mouth here?
Oh, well, speak up, huh?
Hold it!
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there?
Fine. I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor Sadmati, Betty to Fame is ready to testify. What do you say? Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow a cover and ruin the magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your twilight hell or whatever for being a liar?
You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil. In interrogation hell. Now then, Betty to Fame, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
So, for the first time in an Ace Attorney game, we have multiple witnesses testifying at once. Okay, I lied. It's not exactly the first time. It's happened in almost every single canon game at this point. But the two girls are going to alternate but for the sake of context, I will be reading off all the voices using a similar-esque line. I mean, they are twins after all.
It's true. I had business in the Interstate Passage because of the upcoming trick.
It was a fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do?
That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it.
It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident.
Shut up! You're gonna give it away!
Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rios. Well, that was certainly different.
Now's that for a flawless testimony and alibi. Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick.
Oh my, she's floating. Your Honor, you can see she's being held up from below. You weren't supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But I can't help it. Whenever I say contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Gladly, because very clearly we have an easy contradiction up our sleeve. You might call it an ace in our hole.
It's true. I have business in the Understage Passage because of the upcoming trick.
It was a fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do?
That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it.
It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're going to give it away! Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rios. You wanted to make sure that you were prepared for it, huh? Why is there dust inside the fire bucket?
Objection!
I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier.
Oh, harsh words. Let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick.
No one except me, you mean?
Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves.
Huh? We do?
I told you to keep it zipped!
No, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? As I mentioned, the script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found said fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust.
Ack! Ouch!
You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty?
You got me!
Betty to fame, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. We can't hide it any longer. Might as well tell him. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do.
Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she knew the show wouldn't go on. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and the show would then be canceled.
Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man.
I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want, huh? Whatever. They can grow back. Now stop stalling and give us the truth already.
I can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician.
Objection!
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory cult defense. And having chanced upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exactly! Where's your proof, huh? And yet, I concede that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you confide your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. Ah, deceitful trickery?
Objection!
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You really let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. But all those questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not! I believe you. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do, you... Lobster boy, cue ball geezer, head case brat, Cerbus monk.
Cubal geezer?
Head case brat? Really? Hold it! Betty, calm down. Come on now, deep breaths, deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you.
Then how'd you know the show would be called off before the fire trick?
I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract.
Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection.
I'm beginning to see the comic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertions, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it.
Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage.
But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason?
Like what?
In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. And that, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance.
Ouch!
Planned out? After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports. I even browsed tabloid magazines. How very industrious of you. I'm impressed. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called hidden camera prank.
Ah!
Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct?
Is that true? Betty, please, let's tell him now. I can't hold it anymore. Dang it. Fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them in this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Rios showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted.
It was all a prank? Bonnie, is that true?
Yes, Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So he was in on it too?
And that's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. And that's how the prank script went.
What? What the heck kind of prank is that?
But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead.
Yeah.
That was the only thing that was completely different from the script. Poor Mr. Rios.
I'm so completely lost right now. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do.
All right. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. After our teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Rios' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right. I used the remote control for the winch to connect to the dragon set piece. It made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Rios to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead. So he kind of just stayed on the ground. What kind of silk joke is that?
It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defender was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings Roger's idea anyway. Yeah, it sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings Raja.
So prank plan script has been added to the court record.
Dang it! You made us break our contract. Then we won't get paid.
While you guys are bickering about that, I want to take a look at this. So the prank plan script is as follows. Mr. Rios' body will appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which should cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction on film, Mr. Rios will come back to life, laughing and flying up into the air, causing another round of surprise. But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim, and when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Rios was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin? Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video. Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Rios. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having stuck through the understage passage undetected, I'm now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with a rubber sword. When the coffin opens, I will be in it, acting as though I met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? I can't hardly wait.
He's about to hide in the coffin? It would seem that the threads of comic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Betty DeFame was, and came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. In defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Rios entered the coffin. Yeah. Oh, so does that mean... Yes, it is horrible but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. When into the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding, Trucy Wright thrust her blade. See? I told you so. So, are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank? It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself, Ms. Wright. Did you have prior knowledge of the prank? What? I... Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right? Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Objection.
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence. It looks like some sort of note? That's... I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but it is all as clear to me now. What's this? Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out. It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Rios' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank. It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. But I know for now that her signature could easily be forged. So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank. It would appear so, yes. When she first learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin, where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright? Of course not! I didn't write that. I didn't write or sign that note. But the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rios. You have to believe me. The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate that you've spun for yourself. Ms. Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate.
No, I didn't do it. I knew it. That sweet-looking girl, a murderer? She took us all in with that act of hers. I knew she was homicidal from the start. But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me? Shut up, you killer. We won't fall for that anymore.
This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling, and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves.
Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant, Trucy Wright.
Objection!
The defense has an objection!
Apollo!
You, even now you would. I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me.
Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, yes?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do we really have anything, Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here.
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed.
As we saw in the footage, there's no question that the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value.
So you're saying some sleight of hand was involved in somehow?
Yes. The defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. What was it that Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin?
Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. So you will be severely penalized if I find that you are bluffing.
That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death.
Take that!
What's this? A sword from the show?
That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. Miss Wright was opposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did.
I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage?
Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell, and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one.
Objection!
Do you not know when to give up, Stinkbug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword was used to steal one. But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with a crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there.
Objection!
If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, Then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Rios was alive when he entered the coffin.
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue.
Very well, Your Honor.
Yes! I saved it! Somehow! Too close for comfort, but still. With that, the crime photo has been updated in the court record. Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare. April 28th, District Court, Defendant Lobby, Number 3. We're halfway through this, gang, and I assure you, it's gonna be a little bit still. Phew, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that Prosecutor Sabmati either. You know, with the way he says let it go and move on, as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Oh boy. Am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? You got your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what Grimari's creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of Troop Grimari? Go away, you creep! Oh, what's this? Something just charged in a frame. It looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Huh? What happened to the camera? It just disappeared. Right before our very eyes. I'll be joining the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage out of them. It's gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. You calling some of Trucy's fans? But for what purpose? Apollo, that thing Mr. Martinez just did, that was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way. But I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mr. Lawyer? Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Oh, well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy! What are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Penny! Who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you hairbrain. Meep! But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now. I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that. The court is about to reconvene. Will you be alright testifying? Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Martinez has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine! Oh, here goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself that I'm fine. Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy right, and I'm fine! Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. That a girl. Good luck there on the stand. You'll do great. Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this. Alright, Justice. You can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand. Trucy Wright, Magician. Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch. Now the murderer in jail, last member of that criminal troupe. Boo! We don't want to see you on any stage. Order! The gallery will be quiet, or I will have you all thrown out on the spot. What's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Routine's invited. Grade 8 jerk. He's not gonna psych us out. Now then, Miss Wright. This court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So, please testify about that issue. She's just gonna try us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already! Give her a death penalty. Silence, all of you! I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify? Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor. Trucy, I know I shouldn't have let her go through with this. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be all right, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the Troop Gamari Creed even now. She really is something else. It's showtime! For magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody. Since this is a visual testimony, I will be hiding myself and obviously alerts in chat for this specific part, just so we can get a full view of everything. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on the sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp the blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Swordo! I've switched it. And now... Hup! As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber. Bravo, Miss Wright! Bravo indeed, as I'm coming back up into view here. Oh, she switched him in a flash! I couldn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around.
hecklers just were being drowned out by all the cheering.
Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Ms. Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain?
Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. As for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I?
Ho ho ho.
That's so trucy.
Yeah, still.
Ms. Wright, that part where you spun around,
That's an actual part of a sword switching trick That's an actual part of a sword switching trick you do for the show, right?
right. And the other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there. Now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil his wondrous magic.
I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Obviously, for this cross-examination, we know almost immediately that there's a specific part that conflicts everything.
Objection!
Ms. Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo?
There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage.
What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times.
What's going on here?
Ms. Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it!
So, it really is the exact moment you switched the swords?
Yes, that's right.
I knew it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused's lie for me. Mr. Justice, what does this mean that you are arguing? That the defendant did not swap the swords during the real magic show?
No, Your Honor. That wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Objection!
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false.
But
Now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, it means that the sword of the steel, the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional.
Gug!
And by the way, it was not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Rios' death was not an accident but murder. I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion.
The defense of... Objection. The defense has an objection to you, Mr. Pollard Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now. But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something, I'm sure of it.
Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all of this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. And what's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage. Though her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions. It's such a shame. But I did switch the swords, I swear! Knee deep in it now, Justice. Hold it! Excuse me. Let's see. You are... which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Bonnie? It's Bonnie. You were mixing the two names together, Your Honor. Oh, pardon me. And you have something you wish to say, Bonnie? Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify. About what? The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Rios. Bonnie? Hold it! Hey, what's a big idea? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hair? You keep your trap shut! I've got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. Huh? She said no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give up. That's what being a professional magician's all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her. So I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me the strength. She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already. Give her the death penalty. Yeah, ha 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 ha. I'd like to make a small request, Your Honor. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. Seeing the courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trucy Wright? You practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Trucy's conviction, that's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart. Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess? Yes, ever since I saw that show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage. What do you mean by that, Bonnie? I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection.
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. I can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday.
Objection.
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage to show? Well, I have some footage. You do? One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. And then, afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present. He did. To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Hold it.
Please admit that footage to the court. Now then, let's take a look at this new footage.
Wow. Okay then.
He really did keep his camera on Bunny the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work.
Well, defense, do you still believe this new show footage is worth inspecting?
Of course I do. Okay, so how are we going to go about this? Let's try comparing the two. We might just find an inconsistency between them. An inconsistency, huh? Yes, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick out what's different between the two, we'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword-switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage.
Very well, I will allow it.
What a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage together? No, I've never really done it before. I'll give you a little lesson, then. You can use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. When you want to, you can speed through the fast forward button. And if you want to go back, you can touch the rewind button. And if you want to halt the playback, you can touch the pause button. Oh, and by the way, you can fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused. So you can do slow frame-by-frame playback. Okay. And so, how do I switch between the two videos? You just switch the camera button. Now, if you'll find a difference between the two pieces of footage, you can put the cursor over what's different and present it to the court. Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff. Not really. It just gave me some gusto and then went with my gut for most of it. What? I sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give this a try. So, we need to go specifically to camera 2. Bingo. In Bonnie's footage, we can see cards flying towards Bonnie.
Take that!
This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front.
Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the shot from the front.
Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Ms. Wright, can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What?
Mr. Justice, does that mean...
Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage.
So the footage was edited?
Yes, with malicious intent.
That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go and see what you can find out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it. It's you.
Now, hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Believe you me. Give the guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be?
Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there.
Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, hello. How very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Samani. Please, take my card. A business card. Ah, yes. I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I've even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lacking, homie, for example. Oh-ho! You're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before. Yes, Roger Ratinas, otherwise known as the Ratings Roger. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby." Oh my! So you're the Ratings Roger! Hang loose, baby. Nice courtroom you got here. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Sadmati, how do you know so much about him? In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit the restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. What? You went to Burger Barn? Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line, whew! Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Prosecutor Submari's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside. Mr. Ratings, what is this misunderstanding that you mentioned? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. I'm not going to constantly duck away for every single video, but she does just that. And did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be. Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Rios. Hold it. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trucy definitely did swap the swords, as you saw. So, yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Rios when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse. So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to script? If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I'd say Trucy murdered Mr. Rios when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon, and nobody be the wiser. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage, too. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to just see it for yourselves. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. And now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Objection!
This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? Hold it. You see, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot. That would be fine with me, Prosecutor Sadmati. This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the comic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I've got to say, promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed. All right, with Prosecutor Sadmati's permission, and please give us your testimony, Mr. Ratines. Roger Ratings, the Ratings Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. We're in the final stretch now as Roger Ratings, or Ratines, as I often misread him, is finally taking the stand. We still have a little ways to go. So I assure you, we're far from finished at this point. But he does say it wasn't deliberate, I tell you. I'll believe that when I see it. The footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. The scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had ulterior motive for editing the footage? That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Ooh, an objection. How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Now, how about I get another shot from a different angle? My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There, I got some good stuff there. Mr. Ratings, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Oops, my bad, Judge. And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination. Right, of course, Your Honor. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Bet. Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot. It's hard being the boss kid. You gotta make the tough choices. Like which content gets cut. Well, let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I'll tell you. People tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. And boy, do I have some for you, champ. I may not be able to show that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it.
Take that!
Huh? What's that you got there? This is a contract you had Ms. Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party, Ms. Wright, reads: if through the fault of the second party the show must be canceled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. I couldn't agree more. And of course, Ms. Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Routines had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? There's a trick to this clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million. That's totally out of the reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Ratings. Where's your proof linking me to that tricked-out clipboard? You don't have any, do you? Oh, I disagree.
Objection!
You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. If you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey, kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster? I'd like you to take a look at Ms. Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Ms. Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Ratings. The fact that you bear ill will against my client. Fact is, you bear ill will against my client. So the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right?
Objection!
What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will toward Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. That's right. I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I'd never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear any ill will, right? You didn't bear any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Gamari magicians are all a bunch of lowlives. I can't prove it with anything but the things he said all point to the fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Ratings and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before now. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden connection? What is it now? Yes, just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another of the defense's feckless claims.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Well, I really... Very well. Do proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing. What? That was some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. hope you know what you're doing.
If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Ratings?
Well, simply that. That sleight of hand trick that Mr. Ratings did during that recess earlier. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff?
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me.
What if Mr. Ratings is a magician too?
What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me.
Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Ms. Wright somewhere along the way.
Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Cryanism states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit. He isn't going to get it anyway.
We saw Mr. Ratings perform a magic trick. He made his own video camera disappear in the blink of an eye.
Well, I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will toward the accused.
I guess you're right.
You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Ponoponi. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. A numbskull for a numbskull. Ugh. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there.
I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on. I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Gamari. Oh? No way!
Is something wrong, Mr. Justice?
Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time.
I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us?
Evidence that proves to the real killer. The one who had a motive to commit this crime.
What?
And what have you come up with this time, defense? Trucy Wright is the sole heir to Troop Gamari and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Ms. Wright.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice?
13 years ago, the great Mr. Rias belonged to Troop Gamari. But then, the troop ousted him, and Mr. Rias vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir?
But Mr. Rias is a victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect.
But is he really dead?
What do you mean, is he really dead?
If the fact that Mr. Rias is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Rias? What? You mean the victim was an imposter?
Not Mr. Rias? And then what about the real Mr. Rias?
It would mean that the real Mr. Rias is still alive. That's absurd. Mr. Justice, who is the real mysterious if not the victim of this case? It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick. The trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troop Gamari and wanted to sully its name. The magician lurking in the shadows, who set up a fake Mysterious in his stead. The real Mysterious is none other than Roger Ratings.
Take that!
But that's... Yes, it is. Roger Ratings is a real Mysterious. What? Him?
Objection!
Oh, hollow red pepper. Your impotent seeds sprout naught but meaningless empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera. Not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I got proof. I can prove it by proving that the Mysterious in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, all I need to do is look at the spot in the poster.
Take that!
This is the injury Mr. Rios sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Now, Mr. Ratings, what do you suppose we'd find if we take a look at your right forearm? Is there by any chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Ratings, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Oh, come on now. I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you were hoping to see? Oh, there it is! The scar! Just as I thought. That's right. I am the forgotten magician, abandoned in the dark understage of history. The great Mysterious. This is totally absurd. How ironic, wouldn't you say, that this odious mark carved into me by Troop Gamari would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the comic threads before me. If the witness is a real Mysterious, then who is the victim who perished at that magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mysterious. In confidence, I told him my true identity, and let him take on my mantle. And when did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago. I taught him my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight, courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show. You really had us all fooled. Mr. Ratings, or should I say, Mysterious. In your hatred of Troop Gamari, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Ms. Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Gamari name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true. But it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. And that is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of those Gramaris.
Objection!
But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? Gah! Yikes! Yeek! His head! Just kidding. What the heck was that all about? Heed my words, loyal lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough for the ambiguity! Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sabmati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? Recall, defense, that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Ratings was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. Gah! That's right. I forgot all about that. So what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Yes, I think you better. And please tell the court more about your alibi. Very well then. On with the show. Are you watching, Magnifico Mari? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Gamari line will be no more. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program, and I could spare no time for my magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, and just the truth. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? His staff did say he was there at the station, so it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. That can't be right. If Mr. Ratings is a killer, he'd had to have been at the theater. There's got to be a hole somewhere in this story. I assure you there are no holes on Mysterious' stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest, and my real alibi. So, unfortunately, the only thing that we can do in this point is literally press everything one more time.
Hold it!
But you did come to the theater eventually, is that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes. By car. Could he have actually been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? Allow me to stab at reading your mind. Uh-huh. Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? How would the... No, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word doesn't satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the Ratings Raja. I even gave him my card. He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him. Might as well give it up, lad. Questioning magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show.
Hold it!
What was that other TV show that you were working on? Well, my own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a Ratings Raja special production. Hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. He switched personas just to say that? What's the show about? Washed-up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Might I suggest that you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity. Let the Ratings Raja produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have a great army, you have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be at your calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim.
Hold it!
And how do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's a complete opposite of Trucy. There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? It's eerie how perfect that is. Has it all been revealed to you now? And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth.
Hold it!
I've got it! Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again with the twin business. You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? If you do not believe him defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. His alibi really is airtight. I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. Gah! These last rites of the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of your honor's head. It is? The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Apollo! Trucy will be thrown in prison, and will be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, please sell me some at a good price. I told you, I have absolutely no intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice. You have to figure this out. It's no use. I can't find a single flaw. So what now? Behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Reedus, and stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Wait, is he saying we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there. To make us see illusions, right? And we call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is. Could it be? You know what, Mr. Reddings? I guess we have been spectators to the elaborate illusion you prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? I just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. About what a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've been all taken for a ride by Mr. Redding's magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? If I reevaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe... Athena, there's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Reading's alibi. It's too perfect. And that's true. It's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I'm not following. We're not making any headway because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? It's definitely a possibility. Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Rating's perfect alibi would become irrelevant.
Objection.
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appeared to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection.
But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if it's not the culprit's, then whose is it? I'm not 100% sure yet. But I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor, during the magic show itself. In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit.
Take that!
Doesn't this shadow resemble a suspicious, shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Ms. Wright, can you identify this shadow for the court? Let's see. I believe it's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he was being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. Then, could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Miss Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be a bit more specific than that, Mr. Justice. He's right. We've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is a second shadow shown in the footage? Of course.
Take that!
If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mysterious. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery. The victim? Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead, and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Reddings? Indeed. And what of it? I contend that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. So you're suggesting that, after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air, just as a prank script says? Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is a true pièce de résistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. We can just look beyond Mr. Rating's last bit of misdirection. We should be able to finally see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk, just like Mr. Hat. And hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. Just have to figure out what else happened up there at the time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? Wasn't to just falsify the alibi, and clearly, it wasn't an attempt to hide the body. It was to murder him. So why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die, when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answers should become quite clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air, after Miss Wright was called backstage and just as a set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or blade of some sort. What? You mean... Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as a prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. And straight into a blade there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What? Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Ratings was at the time of death. Ugh. But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. And it and Mr. Man of Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view, and that's why nobody saw the blade. Good. Oh, that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape! The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too, when he was pulled up onto the cushion. Hold it! I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Ratings used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Ratings arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down onto the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all of those things after the fact because no one was around to see. A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why you, Mr. Ratings, it was you who killed the victim, all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Kramori! Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. You can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sabmati? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Ratings retrieved it after the fact! Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? And that's where the bloodstained sword was found, after all. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage, Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that what you call truth is a little more than cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing but prove the accused innocence. It is time at last to let it go and move on. Are you seeing this, Magnifico Amari? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. Grammarian name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit him with a decisive piece of evidence here. I know, that's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed? Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Ratings couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Ratings, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here. Just some good old-fashioned logic. As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder would have happened without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be physically left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't a part of the show's original script? Bonnie made a mistake. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? Yes, I'm still at this. So, here's a fun thing. There is actually another accolade that I have finally gotten around to doing. Oh no, I should never say a person's life choices are a mistake. I'm sure she can be a great magician someday, even if she works hard at it. Good luck, Bonnie. Anyway, getting back to the case. What was it that Bonnie said did during Trucy's escape trick? That's a final accolade, finally. And we are officially on time. God damn it. Phew. Alright. What really actually was a mistake was Mr. Hat's positioning. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of to the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite of the one in the show's script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? The blood was on the wrong side of the coffin, too. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood in the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If the killer had originally put the blood on the left side, then that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit need to have the culprit swapped the coffin sides. That's right! The left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the blood stain fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now! There was something unnatural about the coffin. And it's just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Ratings, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, but trick... No. There are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Ratings tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. The fingerprinting results? What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints of the victims left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, his prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was that they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? It is strange, isn't it? But then, how did they get in this way? Well, they got this way because a culprit thought the magic show had gone according to the script. The culprit through Mr. Hat would be on the left side of a coffin. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of a coffin. And that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left of the coffin, as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found that out that, due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite of the one that Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right side panels. Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around. The prints ended up facing the opposite directions. But instead of going to all of that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminal testing. Ah, right, luminal. I almost forgot. Luminal can detect trace amounts of blood, even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Ratings? You did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I? Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that this was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection!
Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all, Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. You impudent. I'm sure you realize by now, Prosecutor Sabmati, that your claim that Miss Wright was the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accused are most certainly bound for hell. Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with a ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. TKO! Prosecutor Sabmati, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only one who fits the bill is you, Roger Ratings. Kamari! All of the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been canceled. Permanently. Couldn't have said it any better myself, Apollo. All of my tricks have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is a true real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mysterious. Witness a magic far greater than Troop Gamari's. Burn. Crumble. Fall to my furious flames. The great Mysterious will bring an end to you all. And now for the final heir to the Gamari name. Right here, right now, you too. Shabu, huh? No, this isn't right. Hag! No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. Gag! What? Gah! No, stop! Curse you, Gamari! Curse those Gamaris. It's all because of them. Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnific Gamari, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifi, he took it all from me. But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. That attitude toward magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician! Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for the lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see? So in the end, Troop Gamari was defeated by the great Mysterious. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Take that, Gamari. You lose. If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Ratings away. And bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. Now I can be done with that voice. It looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show. It's close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down? Miss Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? And that smile of a true entertainer as I do?
Yes, Your Honor.
And now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright, not guilty. Court is adjourned. April 28th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. But before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about this case, shall we? What really happened? For the first time, I can finally read this in its proper place in the Spirit of Justice game. So, sit down, grab some quick popcorn because we're going to be here for a little bit. It all started with an injury 13 years ago. Mr. Rios, or Roger Ratings, accidentally burned out of the show. Burned himself during a magic trick involving fire, leading Magnifique Grimari to kick him out of the show because he was deemed too untalented. However, Mr. Rios still showed up to the show. This made Magnifique had to completely oust him from Troupe Grimari, which in turn caused Ratings harbor grudge against Troupe Grimari. Years later, Ratings, now a producer of the Take-Two TV, called Ratings Raja, met a fan named Man of Mystery, who became a magician because of Mr. Rios. Ratings revealed his identity to him, and they soon started training, with Mystery becoming the next Mr. Rios, unknown to the public. Sometime later, Trucy Wright, the last living Grimari, gets her own show featuring Mystery, as well as twin magicians Bonnie and Betty to fame. Betty's existence was kept a secret, however, as her hiding was essential in their teleportation trick. Since Ratings had been in charge, he formed a prank with the twins and Mystery. During the second act, where Trucy swapped her sword and after trading places with Amazing Mr. Hat via trapdoor and stabs a coffin, Mr. Rios would play dead, falling out and lying there. Then a giant green prop would fall down, and after a bit, Mystery would reveal that he wasn't dead and fly away. Unknown to the other magicians, Ratings had an ulterior motive. He had a sword planted on the mattress where Mr. Mystery would be flown into, killing him. Meanwhile, he was in another place, making sure his alibi was as secure as possible. He was seen by numerous people, being his crew, audience, and even a taxi driver. This led to Trucy being framed for the murder. And he also made a few video cuts during the editing, cutting out the part where Trucy swapped out the metal sword that she had with the rubber one. Ratings also had another trick in place. Just before the show, Trucy was approached by a Take-Two TV member to sign a seemingly innocent contract. However, this contract had a special type of paper in it, which would absorb the writing and print in it on documents. This trick was used for the fabrication of evidence of Trucy's knowledge of the prank, as well as a contract stating that if the second party, Trucy, was in fault of the show's canceling, that she would be liable for $3 million in compensation to the first party, Ratings. With Trucy's quote-unquote signature, this gave Ratings the authority to either take the $3 million entirely, or if Trucy didn't have that much, which she clearly didn't, he had the right to take the entire Wright Anything Agency's office, thus making Trucy's guilty verdict mean the end of the entire agency. And with that, I am 8 minutes over time. So I do apologize. Lorna Vasa, I can see you're hanging out in my chat. I wanted to come and raid you again tonight, but due to time constraints, I just simply couldn't. And I do wholeheartedly apologize for that. I'll try to catch you on Saturday if I catch you when you're live. Otherwise, let's get right back into this and finish off this episode, shall we? Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy, got you a deal. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Rios is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him. Uh-oh. I don't like the way she is looking at me. Yeah, neither do I. Trucy, I'm sorry about everything. Hey, what are are you apologizing for? Roger Ratings used us. We're victims too. Even made me an accomplice to murder. But, Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is a person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Ratings. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I still don't hate you. I guess you truly does hate me. But Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! I've always hated her. Really? But if you hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself! But Betty, you still have her autograph from that great... Ah! Just shut up! Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy. I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Betty, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true, so zip it, dummy. Holly, do you think I'm a naive greenhorn? Huh? No way. She's not... After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see you through your tricks. So you see? And so in the end, Troop Gamari was defeated by the great Mysterious. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Ratings said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful Gamari magician, and you should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo, but what makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful Gamari magician because of this.
Take that!
My grandfather's notebook? The Gamari Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to the troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You are everything Magnifique could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy. A great magician? Me? You really are. And that's why you don't have to worry about what Ratings said. Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me? I remember what you said to me in the detention center. Well, after all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember that, doing it. And I know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. But how can you say that? You don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're great a lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. And don't worry, you're going to be fine. Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be. Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help her make that happen. Emma, I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sadmati of what a good person you are, and I had to testify against you too. You have nothing to apologize for. You're just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh. Prosecutor Sadmati, what are you doing here? Detective Sky. Yes? I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Oh, wait! Prosecutor Sadmati! The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you will excuse me. There he goes. What was all that about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sadmati? Let's just say we're old acquaintances. Acquaintances? It seemed like something more than that. Yeah, well... You don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject. I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now... Come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future. Sure, if you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright! Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright?
Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did she get a not guilty verdict?
Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a very great victory for Apollo.
Phew. That's a lot off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now, I know I can trust you to hold down the fort any time.
Me? Really?
Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes.
A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it.
Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo.
No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone.
Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you?
Of course! I wouldn't miss it for the world! Full-fledged. So, Danny asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right? No. He just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay. Then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. Best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but... Good! It's settled! Huh? Uh-oh. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? April 29th, Penrose Theater stage.
Objection!
I should have known that this is what she meant. Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. No, then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop! No! And that is how Trucy and Grimari Land ended on a rousing high note. with a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams. What kind of an ending is that? The kind of ending that you get when you get shortchanged and only have one other case. For now, that is it. We have reached the end of the magical turnabout. And I've done that all in one night. And by only going over by about 20 minutes or so. Now, I do appreciate all the love and support, but I need to get going because it's getting kind of late, and I need to be out of here in about half an hour or so. So, with that said, we're going to return to the games menu. And I'm going to end the stream. On behalf of myself and everyone at the Metro Realm, I do want to thank you very much for watching this episode of Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. On Saturday, we are going to start a 2-part event playing through the first half of the Rite of Turnabout. And of course, you might guess from the name of the case specifically what I'm going to name the title of Saturday's stream. Outside of that, again, Saturday's stream is still good to go. Sunday stream is no longer happening. And then we're doing it next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. For right now, though, I need to go and find someone to raid. Let's see if we can find someone who is online and drop you lovely people on over to a certain other individual. The problem is, a certain someone's no longer live because I missed his stream by about, I don't know, what, like half an hour or so? So... you know what? Plan B is back in action, folks. We are rating Hypercoal once again for this end of stream Thursday. On behalf of myself and everyone here at the Metro Realm, again, I do want to thank you very much for watching. That is going to be it for the stream. My next stream will be on... hang on, I gotta update my thing here. I want to do this live before I go. Next stream is going to be on the 23rd of March, 24. And we'll be back doing more Polyjustice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Until then, thanks for watching, and as always, I'll see you all in the next adventure. Bye!